Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NECC Esports. It is week 7 here for Overwatch. I'm Subdan. I'm here with Man of Class, and we've got a banger of a game. We've got Midway University and Huntington Esports, two titans of the lower trials, battling it out for the last couple rounds of the regular season.
Yeah, it's time. We're getting closer and closer to those playoffs. Only a couple more weeks to go after this. And if you want to score some points, this is the time to do it. Of course, these teams are, like you said, getting closer and closer to the end here. And when we look at this particular division, Navigators Yellow, and between these two teams, both of them, have something to play for. Huntington is currently pretty much undefeated. They're doing pretty awesome. And they don't really have to worry about making playoffs. They're going to be fine. When it comes to Midway, they are currently looking good. They are on 6th place. They're 2-3 record, so they do have some games lost. But if they keep up this performance, they will probably end in like the middle of the pack, maybe a little towards the bottom. But they're not in danger of being relegated just yet, or at least relegated, not making to playoffs. So looking forward to that to this game. There is a pretty big difference between where these teams are in the standings. But when you get to the lower end of the SRs, like these divisions, and in general, because divisions are split up by this sort of SR or like average SR skill level grouping, you can always expect or sometimes even count on these like underdog stories, like these comeback things. The standings don't always mean everything. And sometimes it even happens that teams haven't actually played, or when they played, they had like different subs or something like that. So it's never really predictable, everything that happened. So while on paper, I think both of us kind of expect Huntington to do pretty well here, Midway could come out and surprise us.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. And it looks like, like you said, both these teams got something to play for, and I think both these teams are coming in hungry. But let's see who we got in line at the cafeteria here. Let's check in over at Midway University first. We've got Jaeger, Tireman, Beppo, Denazi, Myth Games, and Midway Eagle.
Yeah, exactly. Coming in here, again, we always look a little bit at like the experience range in terms of like how far are they in their education. Quite a mixed lineup here in terms of where they are. Also in terms of what type of education they're following. Midway coming in with a very diversified roster when it comes to that, and you like to see it. Once again, we always mention it. Gaming kind of bringing people together, and especially when you think about if anyone plays their games at home, not everyone is Grandmaster, not everyone is at that top 500 level. So just people playing with their friends, they can somehow end up on a community on a college team together like this, like Midway, and just play some esports and create something great here. So very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring out. On the other side, of course, on the screen, on the roster, we do have Huntington coming in as the favorites. It's going to be Prozac, T-Brain, Trashboat, Ginger, Doxic, and X-Michael. This is the film production squad. I think these are the guys that after their matches, they're going back into their replays. They're making the awesome montages. They're making it happen. As their own class projects, they make montages of each other's gameplay so they can like hype each other up. I think they were almost sitting there like when they make a play, it's like that's going in the replays. We're gonna find that one, media log it, get in there, make sure it happens. Having worked on like the content of Contenders last year, I can definitely tell you that everything you do during the broadcast, during the games itself, pays off in the long run. And these guys will definitely know that, both in terms of gameplay, but potentially also in terms of their cinematic prowess afterwards.
You're not wrong. I look forward to the biography of it all, the documentary. We also got to keep an eye out for Prozac there, because Prozac is going to be kind of a leader for this team. So Huntington got their senior, they've got their leader and their captain in the way, and they're looking to see it. But let's see where we're going to go on this magical journey in these last rounds. First, we are heading over to Busan, followed over by Eichenwald and Rialto. If we need to, we will see over at Numbani, Oasis, and we'll head down to Havana if we are blessed to make it that far.
If we are blessed to make it that far. I already hope that we're blessed enough to make it to Numbani again. I mean, we keep talking about this, just a map that's dear to our hearts for both of us. It's just there's a lot that's possible there. I do not necessarily expect it in this game, but potentially in one of the next series of the night. As we start out here on Busan between these teams, we are going to see who's going to come out on top, of course. Midway versus Huntington. Midway starting in the blue, Huntington in the red. We load into the first map of Busan.
It is going to be Mecha Base, and there's a lot you can do here because there's a lot of high grounds you can cover, a lot of, a couple very good choke points. Especially at this level, you see a lot of defending at these 2 choke points. You'll see kind of keeping those doors slammed and someone usually sneaking in the other side. So I think we might see that here.
Yeah, and looking at the at the rosters further, you can also see do they have like sort of set roles that they play, maybe set heroes. In this case, there's a lot of flex coming out of Midway, not really like a certainty of who's going to play what. The only one we really kind of know about what they're going to play. Those players aren't on the roster today. They're not like actively starting. So we're going to get a lot of flex, and the only one that would we just have no one. Everyone is Midway Eagle. I think is the only one that we kind of know. They're always going to be on the support.
Prozac going to go in and slam quickly, take out that Cassidy, and find a second to bring this up. And we said to keep an eye on Prozac, but we are literally going to have to keep an eye. Still looking for more and hungry, but the Rhine T-Brain comes through and picks up the rest of that. And before the point is even open, there goes the Mercy just to clean that up, and it will go the way of Huntington Esports.
Talk about setting a tone. It's the clean team wipe. The only thing that didn't get them the gong was that it took too long. That's it's unfortunate for Midway to get kind of destroyed that hard that early. They do have the right composition to deal with this. It's not like they're lacking in that department, but it's all about the execution. And if the Doomfist keeps punching like that, it's hard to keep your Rhine alive.
Yeah, but speaking of that, the Rhine has fallen after committing that shatter, and unfortunately will not see any value from that. So there's an opening for Midway, trying to find that Doomfist and get a little pick as Midway Eagle going to go ahead and try to lead and try to keep the rest of the team up. Pulse Bomb goes out, doesn't find anything, but the picks do start to come the way of Huntington Esports, and Ginger is getting some value and being a nuisance in the backline, but the real story is Trash Boat floating their way down. The Meteor Strike will come in, still hungry for more. Prozac is absolutely putting on a clinic with this Doomfist. Will clean up the Cassidy just to keep it rolling with 41%.
It's a shame we can't be in the comms right now because I'm sure that Huntington are all looking for like those specific cooldowns. Has the Immortality Field been used? Has the Flashbang been used? Has the Shield Bash been used? Now there's even going to be a hook for Tire Man as well, so even more to look out for. But if they keep track of those cooldowns, they can always kind of indicate for Prozac, this is the time to go in. They're too distracted, they've used their utility, this is where you're going to have free reign.
Well, speaking of utility, there is again Denazi going down a little bit early, again constantly from that side of Prozac, who is leading the charge there all the time. Huntington Esports still coming up big. Immortality Field will go looking for this Graviton Surge. Probably doesn't even need it because the rest of the team has gone. He was in Doxic, just gonna fly around, make sure, and just put some band-aids on the problems there. They will get the flip back, and the 12% was gained for Midway. I guess that's something.
I think that's I think that's a Mercy voice line, right? Do you need a bandage for that? Or is it the
so,
Ana one?
Yeah. I think it might have been the Mercy one. I'm not sure myself.
Yeah. Well, call her back in a couple days, see if it still hurts.
Yeah.
But for now, they have so many ultimates. Like, they haven't had really to use anything. Prozac again, the back, and that's just a huge shatter.
Oh, 3. The fight is already over. Can anybody make it time?
I don't think so. I mean, they gotta get Tire Man, and it takes too long to respawn. Like, every percent on that board takes 1.2 seconds to do. A respawn takes 10. Then you need to walk. So there's no way they make it back. That is 1-0 here for Huntington. Deservedly so. Yeah, not really surprised about that. Those only 12% kind of came from the fact that they were ignoring a few people on the point while they were finishing off the rest. Going to the next point here, I mean, again, Doomfist is very playable here. It's a bit more open, not as much high ground to work with, and not as much, like, smaller doorways. Yeah. Plenty of walls still, but it could be trickier to make work. We'll see if Prozac sticks on it. When it comes to the rest of the squad, I think that Denazi being on the May might be the one thing that I'm a little bit unsure about, but the rest is perfectly viable here.
They're going to try to play for more isolation and more picks, and it's been hard because they haven't necessarily even gotten many picks in general, so maybe that can come out. They are going to pick up that double shield, though, so they're going to try and play back a little bit, I think. Maybe just try to wait for a little bit of our moment, and meanwhile, Huntington Esports is full steam ahead. They're going to bring out the sim and just vie for that position first.
Looking here for Huntington
midway.
to...
Early already.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, Huntington Esports is already set up, and I mean that push is done. They're just going to get the point here. It'll unlock in a few seconds, but there's the rest of it. Prozac goes in again, finds it with one piece of utility, and Dizek finally gets punished, though. There's enough utility in the way to get there and get it out. The trades will come back, though, and Trashboat again, high charge is going in with that. They will res that back up, and again, they had control before the point even unlocked, but now it's just the cleanup, and Huntington Esports looking dominant here.
The only reason Prozac kind of died there is because all of a sudden mid-air is like, oh, there's a Mei. I'm not going to punch a Mei because as soon as I punch her, it just goes into Ice Block and I don't get anything. So they tried to switch targets, didn't quite work out, and then you get disabled in the long run. But yeah, I mean, most of the time, Prozac at least getting one elimination, usually more than one. So looking to see what else they can do. Huntington going at it.
They will throw that wall up there, not find anybody. The Reinhardt does get away. T-Brain is punished eventually, and Jaeger will fall in response. But again, Prozac goes in and finds some value on this Doomfist. They will commit this Photon Barrier, trying to keep themselves up and keep the point rolling. But Prozac, again, just showing up in the field constantly. Bappo will take a trip with the Reinhardt, but I think the damage is already done here. I mean, Esports continues to hold.
It's kind of over before it already started. It's such a hard thing to do here for Midway. They have to try and find openings, and they haven't even gotten an ultimate online yet. Points at 50%. They're close to the high noon. And this is why I was like worried about the Mei, because you can slow things down if she can get on top of them finally. And the wall only really works if you're fighting in a place where they don't have a way around the wall, or you have to be like really precise with your timing, which they're just not. So this would be a location in which it can work. They have to be ready for this.
No, they are not ready. The Shatter will catch one, but the rest of it will come down as the Doomfist continues to just have free reign, and Prozac wins the fight once again. But, you know, there's still time for one more fight here. So Midway has one chance. They've got two ultimates. That three, I'll make that three on the board. They can do this. There's a chance here.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at 87% and counting. They can barely make it back. 86 is usually the cutoff, but they do look to make it maybe a little bit quicker. On the way there, though, Jaeger already out, and that is a tough loss because it's a lot of your DPS and one of your ultimates that was online. Prozac once again gets another. Just going to finish this one out, and unfortunately for Midway, this is just not their map.
No, they are gonna commit the Blizzard and try to get the rest of this down, but the damage is done. There's no one really home to make it. The rest of that Remain will continue to fight, and no, the Cassie doesn't make it. No, but Huntington Esports will take round one with a pretty dominant statement there.
Huntington, I mean, we came into this kind of expecting it, right? Like, I don't think we have to really beat around the bush in terms of that we're just kind of expecting this not to necessarily be a close game. You always hope for that surprise, but it doesn't look like, at least on Control, there was even a remote chance they were going to make it. You can see it right there. The Immortality Field even almost came out. I think it came out a little bit early, maybe. And then it just destroyed it and went in straight after. So unfortunate, again, for Midway. But there are more maps. There are more chances. Some teams just don't know or don't really want to play Control that often.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate that it's even in the pool in the first place. But we're gonna have more maps. We're gonna have more time. Eichenwald next.
Yeah, we'll go to Eichenwald. I mean, look, I like to think in some ways Control is kind of similar to 2CP. There's some people that really just don't like to play it, and there are some people that aren't good at it. But you know, the good news, at least of one of those two things, is we don't have to ever see 2CP again. So at least there's that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's what you're talking about, right? I mean, we're getting close to the Overwatch 2 beta. Got to announce today that the entire Path to Pro is also going to be in Overwatch 2. So, yeah, looking like 2CP is really seeing its last days. There's a couple more tournaments maybe coming up before then that in the community that might have some 2CP in it. But for now, we can just enjoy, at least at NECC, just the other three game modes. And the next one is going to be hybrid, like you said, Eichenwald. And if you look at like what type of heroes can be played on all these type of maps, Doomfist might still work on Eichenwald. But a big deal about Eichenwald is that it's also a pretty good map for things like Pharah, maybe even a Hanzo coming out, maybe more of these ranged units. And a Cassidy might find some more value. The Mei might find some more value on especially point A and point C. So the changes of composition, the changes that Midway can potentially address, are very helpful to go into an Icon vault. Teams will be swapping sides, so that means we're going to have Midway on the attack first, and Huntington going to defend first. And as we load into the map, we're going to be able to see what they come out with.
Yeah, but let's theory craft for a minute here, class.
Sure.
So if you are Midway, and you know that this Doomfist has been kind of running you, and you've had a couple answers. You have a Brig, you have a Cassidy. What else do you need to do? Because you've made a couple changes. What is your answer, and what would you suggest to Midway to answer this Doomfist that's been harassing you?
I mean, they kind of already did what they needed to do in terms of hero picks. Like, it's at that point, it kind of becomes a way of the individual players needing to save their cooldowns to stop the Doomfist. Because as soon as he comes in, if he doesn't do his Rocket Punch, he can't one-shot anything. So he needs the Rocket Punch to come in before being disabled. Otherwise, that first kill will never come through. So a Doomfist always needs to be disabled before he can start like comboing, getting his combos off, building up that shield that he usually builds up by hitting the abilities. So that is what they need to do. They need to figure out a way to have the right players in the right position to save their cooldowns, and then as soon as the Doomfist comes in, deal with it. The problem is, because they first start fighting the rest of the team, and then Prozac comes in a bit later, they will already have used those cooldowns for other things, or they'll be paying attention to something else. So the other option, which that case could go for, is fight the rest of the team quicker, so Prozac doesn't have time to come in. And it's the same like argument that you always hear about against like Fire Mercies. Only in this case, you're talking about one hero instead of two, which is like you can either deal with the Fire Mercy or you can deal with the rest of the team. Now in practice, it's way easier said than done, but that is still what it kind of comes down to. Doesn't mean that Prozac is going to necessarily play the Doomfist here. We see him run out on the Hanzo, which is a very logical pick here, especially if you look like the rest of the map. There aren't that many places in which Doomfist doesn't just like, here I am from 5 miles away because of the sightlines.
Yeah,
but if there is an option that we may be seeing it later. I am happy to see the Symmetra right now on both sides. Whether they're going to use it optimally is always a question, but I still want to see the Symmetra Maestra. I still want to see it.
I don't know that we'll see it here, but I think the other interesting thing that we will see is the double off tank there. That Sigma Diva is very, very interesting from Huntington Esports. I look forward to seeing how that pans out versus the RushCom.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to teleport over the arch, so they at least don't have to worry about that, but they still get some storm arrows in the face. Do actually trade out a little bit. That's the Baptiste of X-Michael gone, but it's a lot more chaotic. It's already looking more successful than it was in the last map. Prozac does win that 1v1 against Yeager, but this is not over just yet. And with the quicker respawns, they might be able to just attack faster if they use their time correctly in their space. Teleporter removed, obviously, for the quick respawns, but I think the defense is a teleporter too, so it might not matter in the end.
Yeah, to say those sim teleporters will be important here, but they're just going to full reset and just try to get this in for Midway. They want to try to get that tack a little different, and we'll try to clear some high ground. Tireman falls dangerously low and is getting that 2v1, and we'll need to get out. Will unfortunately get demeched, but they've gotten through, and now that the sim turrets are kind of buzzing away, the picks will start to fall for Huntington, and again, just that teleporter in just found out, and they kind of picked that plan. There will be some contest on the point, but it's just the lone heroes, it's just the lone Reaper trying to do what they can.
Yeah, it's the the kind of sloppiness of their entry. So a lot of the time when you see teams playing around the Reinhardt, what you want to do is you want to obviously like all rotate with the Reinhardt so you stay behind the shield. But because of the angle, the time, and the timing of the shields, you can just see that a few players are kind of lagging behind, and those gaps are being filled with a lot of damage on the other side. Myth games take a lot of damage there because of all the Symmetra turrets. Luckily, there won't be that many on the arch for that reason, but there is a self-destruct in the way.
And Dragons will catch Bappo out, but it will also force out that Immortality field, so the rest of it will come out. But again, Huntington Esports has their number. The change to bring in the Winston, that wasn't it. I mean, it was an effort was made, but that was not apparently the right number.
No, it was not. I mean, they did pull out a few ultimates, but there's still 4 alive. On the again, you're gonna have the Amplification Matrix pretty soon. You're gonna have a Photon Barrier, Gravitic Flux, Nano Boost, like sustain plus defense plus offense. It's all coming out here. And Midway, I mean, they've got the Death Blossom, but not much else beside that. Maybe the Amp Matrix, but it doesn't really help that much with their comp.
No, but they do now have speed on their side, so they're going to try to burst through a little bit faster. There is the Death Blossom. It comes up huge. Jaeger gets 2, and that is enough to crack this defense wide open as the rest is there. Midway Eagle will get that ultimate up, and they will commit that Amplification Matrix. The Dragons will come out, though, and will find some value in Myth Games. The trade's still coming in back and forth, and it's not quite anyone's point yet. And Huntington Esports, once again, holds it and keeps this point alive in their favor. Just as I say that, though, Midway is still putting in some hassle. The Lucio is there, but will eventually fall to Huntington.
They got some percentage on the board. At least there's something to say for that. But even then, only having to use 2 ultimates, still holding on to 3 there. Nano, Amplification Matrix, and that Gravitic Flux. Maybe such a hard press. Bappo better get that sound barrier online quick. That's not going to happen if instead of healing your tank, they're just going to die.
No, Tireman goes down so early, buying even more time off the clock. But that Amplification Matrix did go. I mean, they didn't really need it for much, I guess, right? Michael was just kind of a... they had it, and Michael didn't really need it.
They know
he's there. They know he's there. They're trying.
That's a display case in the ways, though. Displaying the Reaper's head very nicely, but not for killing, just for displaying.
Ginger will get that. Trash Boat coming in will take out that field, and will clean up the Baptiste. And again, another fight falls. At least there is a tick on the point for Huntington Esports, though.
Yeah, 44.3%. I don't think they're going to have a lot of trouble with that. 12 seconds on the clock. See T-Brain already going forward. They just want their self-destruct to throw it into their spawn door at this stage. And they're going to get it too. There it is. Straight in there. That Reaper's not going to make it out. Oh, got triggered by the Reinhardt shields.
But then speaking of that,
I mean, they won't make it to the points, but yeah, it was a fun play anyways. They tried with a Wrecking Ball, but Wrecking Ball can only do so much.
Yeah.
In this case, so much was not a lot. Still the 1-0, and it's looking to be a quick 2-0 here for Huntington Esports, unless Midway puts up the defense of the century, which, I mean, we've just seen that it's possible, so never count it out. But I do think that Huntington is not going to have too much trouble here.
The 5-1, the 5-1 Huntington Esports have been doing well this season. Needless to say, that one, as we were kind of talking about this, the one only came from actually a forfeit. So, was it really a loss if they just couldn't play? Would they have won it? We will never really know. But again, Huntington Esports coming in towards the top of that, they are looking, they are looking just to clean this up and bring it up to 2-0.
Definitely 2-0 seems to be in the stars, in the cards, in the books already. They've penciled it in, but they can still have the eraser to get it away in case it's necessary. But I think it will be inked in pretty soon. Midway preparing for their defense with a double barrier Symmetra Reaper. I mean, double barrier will definitely help with getting shot by Hanzo arrows less. Yeah. If there's no Hanzo coming out, I think they might go for it. I think they might go for the Mesa Symmetra thing over.
This might actually, they might actually be that.
Yeah. I really hope they do.
You're gonna get your wish class. I think this is.
I really hope they do, because I've only seen a couple times. The thing is, they don't have a Reinhardt. They can immediately charge onto the point, so they have to be a little bit slower about it. I think it's happening. Our observers are wise to it. They're looking for it. Oh,
no.
They'll do it.
Oh,
that's disappointing. They might still use it to get over the archway, but at least they block off their rotation. Still a nice thing to do. We've seen this on Anubis a few times, so I do like the way that they still execute with it. I'm just disappointed.
They will take that high ground, though, and there will be the contest on there. Teleporter is the first thing to fall, but so is that Orisa. And again, the pieces from Midway University just falling, getting a little bit surrounded, and suddenly it's just as we were talking about how quickly we'd like to see it, it is over and done.
Done, dusted, over. Nothing to answer with from Midway, unfortunately for them. Huntington goes up 2-0, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a quick 3-0. I mean, we said it before the series started. It wasn't looking great in terms of prospects, but Midway definitely not able to bring in any answer so far.
No, the consolation prize, I guess, is this nice Reaper play.
Yeah.
But again, it's still tough, because if they, they kind of need to come out with something here as they're falling a little bit further down in the ranks. And we were talking about how important this is to keep themselves towards the middle of the pack. And going 3-0 is not going to get you a little bit further up the pack. It's only going to push you further down.
Yeah, for sure it is. But we're going to give Midway the benefit of the doubt. Going to give them a little bit of chance to potentially be able to bring this back. We're going to give them a few minutes for that. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we're back, we're going to go into Map 3 Rialto coming up to see whether or not these teams can show us some more Overwatch that is not a complete one-sided match.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here. It's NECC Overwatch Week 7. We've got Midway University down 0-2 versus Huntington Esports, putting on a great show, and it is match point man of class. We are going to Rialto, and we got a game here. We sure have a game of Overwatch right here.
Yeah, Overwatch is being played, but you know what? When you're in these moments, when a series like this hits your desk, when you are in a series like this as a team and you're on the losing side, there's only one answer that I would go with in my mind, and Rialto's a perfect map for it, which is play Bastion.
Yeah.
Especially, well, I mean, and it's not just play Bastion, but it's like play stuff that isn't necessarily considered to be super meta. Like play what you're comfortable on, play what like in terms of heroes, play what you like what kind of want to play, and like try and throw them off balance because default is not working at the moment.
Yeah.
Like you gotta think outside the box. You gotta go with something wacky if you want to win. The other option is, of course, which is what they're likely going to go with, is we're going to play exactly what we want to play in terms of like meta and strategy and like practice, because it is better practice that way. Like you'll actually learn how to play those comps better if you play against a team that really, you know, is this good versus US Huntington is. So both options I'd be happy with for them. But of course, you know, if we talk about the entertainment factor, Sebastian would not be out of play.
I mean, look, we are in Navigator's yellow. If you are just checking into this division, this is lower. This is like Reed Gold tier of players. So a Bastion is like a good fit, and a lot of teams, even in a competitive environment, would struggle.
Do not know. They don't know how to deal. Yeah, it's for sure situation. The only worry I have is that they also usually have a problem dealing with Pharah. And Ginger knows that. Doxic knows that. So they're just going to go in with the Pharah and the Mercy on the defense, which is also coincidentally pretty good on Rialto defense.
Yeah.
And I worry about Midway here. They don't really have a long range hits kind of deal with it at the moment. They might swap onto one as a response.
Yeah.
But they're gonna go try and Reaper, Tracer, dive, and it's gonna kind of be a full dive here. No one really that is static and has to like stay on cart. So it could also just completely omit the Pharah.
Yeah, they could just play into that Sigma and try to force out some of that. It's tough to dive those targets, but speaking of diving those targets, it's already counter-dived on from Huntington Esports, and they will get what they need to. The last of these shots will just clean up in the tank line from Midway University. We'll have to try it, but the double boot from Ginger, just the
That's play of the game.
That's play already.
Yeah.
We've seen it, but yeah. Ginger coming to life absolutely has been good. Prozac has had their moment, so I guess it's Ginger's time to shine.
See, you call it a counter dive. I think it's more of a counter dive bomb with the Pharah just like dunking on them at this stage. We've really counter dunk. It's really hard. You do immediately see D-Nazi switch over to the soldier. Tireman already losing the mech, but at least put some pressure on this high ground. Not enough though. Will lose their mech and their life. So does mid games, and high ground is just so much under control here.
No, they've got it. The cart did move a little bit underneath, but the rest of this cleanup will fall. And we, you know, for as much as we're talking about the DPS line here of Huntington Esports, we got to give it also to Trashboat, who has looked phenomenal across several heroes. Between the Reinhardt, between the Zarya, between the Sigma here. Huntington Esports as a team has looked very good.
Yeah, they all know what to do in their roles. The Immortality Fields from X Michael have been good. Doxic has been very adequate. Well, not adequate, very good on the Mercy. Right target selection in terms of who they heal at what time. They haven't really had to res a lot of people, so I can't really comment on that. But their Valkyries have been good in terms of like when they activate them, when they use them. And in general, as a team, they've also been ult cycling really well. Like they've got all ultimates up, but they just have the discipline to hold on to them in case it gets hairy.
They will. And speaking of hairy, there's a hairy situation. Ginger will fall. Probably going to get res back up, and Prozac will trade that right back there as that res incoming. But the pressure is on, and the rush comp has made its way up there. So again, this aggressive push really didn't make it, but the cart did move. They are getting some progress here, so now they have to address this elephant moving through. There is the barrage, though, that will address that. Will eventually trade out, and the cart now finally getting some contest there. So you know, it's slowly coming together here, and Midway is making some progress. They're getting it. That Diva self-destruct will come out, not find anybody. If they can punish it enough, there it is. T-Brain will fall too, and they may continue to make it through point A.
Retirement out of mech currently, which means that this stack visor could get a lot of value, but now there's a Death Blossom in the way. By defending so heavily on the high ground, they just gave up too much space, and it's, well, coming home to roost at the moment. This proverbial chicken, that's the first checkpoint gone, and Rialto turning out in a very nice way here from Midway so far. Yeah, Midway not down and out just yet, and they get their first point on the board of the entire match. Couldn't do it on Eichenwald, but Rialto is a different story. Now they can start building up some momentum because their ults are definitely in favor here.
They definitely are, and meanwhile, Huntington Esports only that one on the board. That flux going to have to be big if they want to put a stop to this. But yeah, now with the control of this high ground, they are going to try and push back, and that will be a teleport a long way around. Might have been a little bit of a miss there, maybe just trying to get some picks, but they will continue to use that. And let's see what Midway University is going to throw at this. The Diva will fall sooner from Tire Man and will continue to get traded out. Huntington Esports getting grip on the control again, even though the card is continuing to move through this choke. The Reinhardt isolated and alone there, not really able to, with much help, and that will be Myth Games falling there. Finally putting their foot down. You know, they gave them the first point, wanted to make it a game maybe, but Huntington Esports bringing it back.
Huntington Esports eventually starting to hold again on their defense. Now they can start setting up in this high ground again. Problem last time they set on high ground is that they didn't really consider contesting the cart to be all that important, or at least didn't do it enough. So if they make that mistake again here, this cart could once again start rolling towards the checkpoint, and they could kind of sneak it in again or put them in an awkward position. The road to the point is a bit more direct, though, in this situation, so I don't expect it to happen as much.
No, but there's a couple high grounds to contest. There's a high ground and a low ground to test, and Huntington Esports, with all of those tools there, will go. Midway Eagle going to commit that Coalescence to try and get some pressure out there, and they will force them off that high ground there suddenly. Self-destruct will go in, look both ways before you cross the street, and there's both of those coming up huge, and Huntington Esports, again, putting the stop on the push.
With all the mobility, and even the Reinhardt couldn't even hide from that self-destruct. That is potentially problematic, but, you know, they still have 2 minutes. They're okay. They have a bunch of ultimates in the bank as well that they didn't expend there. Good use of the Coalescence to actually clear out that high ground. They were in a great position, but then the rest of the team didn't really follow up to go that far forward. The self-destruct was kind of in a perfect position because everyone was still back there. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they're potentially going to change that pacing and get everyone further forward now.
Oh, the pin to take out the ulting soldier is unfortunate, but the shatter continues. It comes up huge, followed by the Death Blossom to bring it home. Those ultimates from Midway University coming up huge. They are not down and out for certain.
And that's good thinking from them as well, because you know what your ultimate situation is your own. You know how much they've used and how much they probably have. They've been ult tracking, so you know they potentially have 1, maybe 2 ultimates on. So you can use 4 or 5 to just even the playing field again. Now they've both got 1.
They do have 1, and Ginger will take 1 on the way out there, but the picks continue to fall for Midway. Again, just taking this aggressive stance, and D Nausea, speaking of aggressive coming in, just as that rolls over the line, we'll find 2 with that tactical visor. Going to try to look for a few more, but they're just continuing to keep this cart rolling. Again, there's the 3rd for D Nausea, and Prozac trying to counter back with their own, but we'll have to get out of dodge for now.
I'm going to try and get one of these players, whether it's the Soldier or the Baptiste, doing a lot of damage to both of them. And that's the Reinhardt with him as well for some protection. So that's great great start. Okay, let's start rolling. 2 minutes on the clock. They are dwindling in time a little bit. They did get stopped on B for a while. But it's still making pace, still making time.
Ooh, manages to get out there. Yeager does manage to get there. Flux goes out, catches several. Can that follow up for anything big? No one comes out. The Reinhardt will start to fall, and Huntington Esports again in the 11th hour will finally look to settle and reset the clock here. Ginger still holding onto that Deadeye. May not need it now, but will definitely be impactful, along with the other 4 ultimates for Huntington Esports next fight.
And just 2 fights after we talked about that ultimate situation, it's sort of completely flipped. Huntington has got almost all of them ready. Do lose Prozac here, but Yeager gets traded. No risk coming in, though. That's a numbers advantage here for Midway. Midway can start rolling again. Missing a support and a DPS is not good for the defense, but there's a lot of ultimates online.
Ginger comes in for 2. Comes in for 2. Will immediately get traded out, though, and they still want to push. Midway still thinks they've got something. Self-destruct comes out. Can they avoid it? Yeah, they do for now. But it's a little too late. Less than a minute on the clock, and there's time for 1 more fight.
Time for 1 more as Midway prepares to attack this. And now they're actually coming up to, again, 4 ultimates. It's Yeager, it's D Nausea, and both tanks, Entire Man and Myth Games, are going to have it ready. 1 good fight, maybe a contest if it's quick. But they're going to have to go into both support ultimates, Tech Visor, and most likely a Gravitic Flux to finish this one off.
Oh, Eager goes down early, though, and that's a flanking visor coming out. Can they put the pressure on? DeNazi will find some value, though, before finally getting silenced there. The rest of that is looking, though. Michael is going to keep those bullets firing. No healing required here. Cart is still kind of contested, though. Not really there. 15 seconds left. Still just pushing on. Prozac coming to life here, though. We'll find two. No visor needed. And they're just going to look to clean this up. There is going to be time just to get a touch in. The contest will carry over. And Bappo is going to try and make it just to keep this alive. We'll get there just as overtime rolls in, and the picks continue to fall for Huntington Esports. No one on cart. Can anybody make it in time? Looks like no.
And that's the small Eager things, right? Like they tried to rush in as like a rush comp team, but the shield dropped just too early, or the Reaper went in like just too far in front, so Eager got taken out. And if you missed that Death Blossom, it felt like that was something they wanted to play around, because the Death Blossom has always found a lot of value with the Shatter or just individually, and they just couldn't get that off. Like that particular player, that hero, that ultimate was missing from that fight, and that apparently threw too much of a wrench in their plans. At Midway, even though they can be a little bit flexible, it does seem like they really like to stick to those plans that they make. So unfortunately, they couldn't really get away with it this time around. But still, we've seen them do a lot better than we've seen on previous maps. Two points, 66.89 meters. It's not quite close to the last objective, but you know, it's a way there. So all they really have to do is kind of stop this Huntington Esports team before they get to B. And I think they'll be in a... Well, then they'll win, obviously. But that seems like a possible effort now all of a sudden.
Huntington Esports looks confident with this. And again, they're going to roll out with this Farah, who got a lot of value initially. And now we're seeing some different things here. Yeager over to the Junkrat now. Looks like they're just going to try and pressure down that front line a little bit more. I think this is an interesting pick that they might swap off of once they see the Farah, though.
It's very possible that they will, but, you know, the Junkrat versus the Farah, they can kind of get the same sort of value while DeNazi actually deals with the Farah and Jaeger, you know, Prozac tries to deal with the Junkrat. Like, they're kind of like counterparts in that situation. And because the Mercy is constantly with that Farah, they do have that support advantage in terms of Bappo and Midway, and they have more mobility too. DeNazi doesn't win the battle against Prozac, though. Will get taken out by the D.Va, so there is a bit of an equal trade in hit scan. That means that both Junkrat and Farah are going to have way more fun together now.
Oh, there will be. But Doxic is going to go ahead and res that back up. You know, no problems there. And the tank line from Midway suddenly struggling will finally fall, and the cart will begin to roll for Esports. Working their way halfway through a lot of ultimates, and they're just finding the value. Again, Ginger comes up for 2 and just continues to find so much value on this Farah.
Oh, sun in the eyes. Couldn't quite hit all the shots that they needed on the Ginger. Didn't even have the Mercy with them just yet. They came in a bit late, did Doxic. It could have potentially been a kill, but that was actually Prozac helping out the Farah. Was looking good, actually. Like, DeNazi actually does have a good handle on trying to deal with this Farah. And it is working out most of the time. It's just the help that Prozac is providing is too much for both of the DPS. It's not even Ginger, it's Prozac.
Yep. Speaking of Ginger, though, there is that, and that will be several picks coming in. Everything must go. Ginger coming up huge, and Prozac just going to go ahead and make a nice clean headshot to close it out on point A. And I mean, they committed a lot into getting the rest of that weight, but they look like they're just ready to keep this rolling for Huntington Esports.
Yeah, and they're still cycling through ultimates in a fairly economical way, so they're okay in that sense. They know nothing's online yet for Midway because they haven't been able to do any damage whatsoever. So Tireman... The only reason why Tireman actually has their ultimate online is because they've kind of been, I wouldn't say suicidal, but they've been going fairly aggressive into the enemy tank line, and then you just get a lot of damage off as D.Va. But they need to do a little bit more if they actually want to find some value here. Speaking
of that value, though, Tireman is going in and will try to find some value, but Myth falls. That's one half of the tank line down. We'll get 2, though, with that self-destruct, and suddenly it's anybody's fight here. Still looking for more, and the Battle of the D.Vas going out. They're just going to get out. Huntington Esports is going to try and just back up, give this up, and reset for more. They didn't spend anything, though, so they're happy with it. But never mind. As I say that, Ginger hits a big, big play, and suddenly, well, we threw in the visor anyways. Everything must go, but, you know, the fight stalled for now.
Yeah, because the res isn't online, that visor is like a happy investment just to get rid of the fire for a little bit. Because now, you know, Ginger won't be there for a while. Gotta be ready with that sound barrier. It's gonna have to come in big, but they use it aggressively, not to counter any ultimates. They just go in with it.
No, and the D.Va again goes in deep. But T-Brain on the other side will find a couple, and Ginger follows it up with one of their own. And the picks falling for Huntington Esports after this very extended team fight. It never really stopped, but they will continue to clean up the rest of this and get the cart rolling eventually.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I love an aggressive sound barrier. Like, it can work really well. Only the situation didn't feel like it was necessary yet. And there were so many ultimates online on the other side, you kind of want to save it to at least block one of them. Especially that Gravitic Flux can be huge to stop with a sound barrier.
It sure could have been, but we'll never see that. And that's the only sound barrier we are seeing from either side. So Ginger looking in, that pin
Shatter
coming out huge, but there is the counter plays, will get picked eventually, no value found, and Yeager finally coming up huge on that Reaper. They will put their foot down here just before B.
And the Reinhardt is always going to find this value. There's nothing really to block that Shatter on the other side. It's either you dodge it or you happen to have like a very lucky Sigma shield just in time. And that's really easy to play around as mid games. Like, the shield's easy to destroy. It's easy to predict where it's going to be. Like, as soon as it's somewhere, you know that they can't move it for like another second and a half. So you'll be fine. So at least they're going to always find value there. It's just a shame that they have to also use the Death Blossom with it always to kind of find that value.
Yeah, the ultimate pairings is a good idea, but you know, if you can't pair it to anything else, that's that. But speaking of pairing, that will be some pairings from that. Prozac will find two from that. That big Sky Noon comes up huge, and the cart will continue to roll for Huntington.
Got him. Sky Noon, one of the classic combos eventually. I mean, it's not as classic as Grav Dragon, but it's pretty close. Just because Sigma came out later.
It's a new age classic.
It's just because Sigma came out later. I don't think that's fair, but yeah, no, obviously it's how it works, you know? Yeah. Newer hero, newer pairing. It's what we do.
You can be classic without being old.
You can. You know? We call it a new classic, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
We'll see what Midway can put up for this last point of defense. Scart still has a little bit of a ways to go, but if you lose Tireman that early, gonna miss a big part of your defense. No self-destruct especially, but they still have that sound barrier from Bappo. Let's see if they're gonna use it aggressively again. I don't think they will, because they shouldn't really fight right now. They should just try and, you know, poke, wait it out.
No, they need to poke that. They will poke that visor in there, though, and the value will try to get wrought. Just run past the shield and unfortunately punished right away. The self-destruct will go in to try to find some more value, and the ultimates are coming out for Midway. They know this is their moment. They need to stop this here. But the ultimates for the side of Huntington are Goss, and that will be Michael falling with one in hand. Continuing to trade those ultimates is just something that needs to go. There is the resurrection, and there is an amplification magic from one side. Do they respond in kind from Michael? Nothing there, but 5 ultimates for Huntington. Something's going to come out soon to keep this push alive. And Ginger, again, trying to buy for space and get some pressure down. Can't really get in for that barrage. But again, they're also just not getting any space, and Midway is holding this choke point.
If you thought that Ginger was going to stop here, you thought wrong. They had the barrage ready. They want to probably concussion mine in and then just go for it. That's what they do. It's a predictable play, but it doesn't mean you can stop it on the other side. Don't get everyone, though. It's only 2 players, and the D.Va does get traded, but Ginger doesn't want to stop. They want to keep on going. They want to close this out. 2 minutes on the clock, but they don't want to wait that long.
No, just the tank line from Midway and 1 remaining. That'll be the High Noon out. No shield in sight, and just the lone D.Va pilot trying to hide from that shot. But Ginger's just going to steal the spotlight one last moment, and there is going to be a last-second contest, but I don't think there will be too much left here for the side of Midway. And I think that's going to be all she wrote, Man of Class.
Good shatter.
Big shatter. No, the amplification matrix is good, though. Comes out, and Prozac and Michael will come up, and that is all she wrote. Huntington Esports closes out Rialto and keeps it 3-0.
Yeah, that almost turned into something good. Unfortunately, they kept losing either Yeager or their Reinhardt too early, and that shatter was... I mean, it's been such a good play for them, especially because there's no really like a block on the other side for it. And it almost saved them again. That shatter came in there. It almost stopped them. The self-destruct was even blocked by the shield, but they just couldn't get close to the card in time because of the Cassidy flashbang. Yeah. Unfortunate for Midway, but a much better showing on that third map. Very happy that they were able to put that up to at least make it a little bit closer, because those first 2 maps were unfortunately not as close. But Midway, you know, I think they can get a lot out of the VOD review for this, and that's a good thing for them. They can show up a lot better in the coming weeks, and potentially even in playoffs as well. Huntington continuing their dominance, now in a 7-0 record. I think they might actually be the team that so far has done the best out of all conferences and divisions. I think they are. That's so, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's also because some of them haven't played all their matches yet, games, but... They are undefeated on 7-0 now, and no one else has managed that yet. So currently most successful team in all of NECC. I think that's a badge you can currently at least hold on your breast. You know, just put it up there on your Overwatch shirt that you're undoubtedly wearing when you're playing players of Huntington. Because for now, you definitely earned that badge.
They definitely did. It'll look good on their esports uniform, as it were. But
Yeah.
equally as good, we're going to take a quick break before we get to the next game. So hang tight. Stay here if you want. You can check in on the B scene or head over there yourself. But we'll be back for the next game in a little bit.
Yeah, and that will be Howard CC Dragons from Howard Community College versus the SUNY or Sunny Oneonta team from the State University of New York at Oneonta. So that's Immersion Yellow. We'll see you right here after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for series number 2 of the night here at NECC. We're, of course, in week 7, so we're getting closer and closer to those playoffs. And both these teams that we're going to be seeing are also going to be starting to feel the pressure. Howard CC Dragons and SUNY Oneonta. And I'm here, of course, again with Sov Danum. How are you doing? How have you been enjoying the little bit of a long break?
I mean, it was a nice long break. We know what we accomplished, but we had a good break, and I'm good. But I'm happy to be back for more Overwatch. And this game, kind of similar to our last one, is you might look at the records of these teams and think, all right, this is probably just gonna be a one-sided, easy clap, go next. But I still think there's a lot to prove. Howard is 3-2. They're probably near the top, so they still want to try to pad out some of those stats going into the playoff season. And SUNY Oneonta had a tough season. They're 0-4. There's a couple of games that they're still got to play. They had to buy to reschedule, so they are looking to kind of get themselves known. Any step forward away from the bottom is always a good step. So a lot on the line for Dragons, and a lot for personal.
I think we may have not had those stats accurately there.
No,
if I look at our master sheet, yeah. So Howard CC Dragons are actually leading that currently with a 3-0 in their division.
Oh yeah, those
and
are
SUNY Oneonta is on third place with a 3-1. So they have one more game played, but technically they've both won 3 games. They're both in a pretty good spot, 1-3. So at this stage, kind of feels like they're mostly playing for. Might be that they're constantly sort of playing for seeding or whatever. But in the end, they're both doing relatively well in this division so far. So could be very evenly matched, but of course we won't really know until we get onto the field. And who is going to go on the field? Well, that's the players. So when we look at these rosters, going to be starting here with the Howard CC Dragons, Optimal, Paulito, Chimp Milk, Rosanto, Reisaku, and Moonman. Nice lineup, honestly. When I was looking at this, I was like, yeah, this is the unit.
This is a unit. This is a young unit too. A lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores. This is a unit that you can see, 2-3 years down the line. I've mentioned this prior, I think I remember seeing these guys a little earlier in the season, but this is a young team that you can still build with. So you take these pieces, you run them through the ringer a couple times, check back in 2 or 3 years, and they'll probably be leading the division, if not up a couple divisions. We're in Emergence Yellow right now. Maybe we'll see them up in Challengers or something, somewhere higher up.
I really like the, we look at the studies, like the degrees that they're pursuing as
Very big
well.
varies.
Nice variants as well. Kind of a couple of like the harder sciences like astrophysics, engineering, computer engineering coming in there, but also more creative things, visual arts, even nursing from Paulito. Like those are things that nursing especially not something we see a lot coming out of this, but cool to see that
Yeah, I
health
agree.
health professionals also game.
They do.
It's how they do.
Yeah.
But of course, they also have opponents who we're going to be having on the other side, which is, of course, the Sunni Oneonta team. Sunni coming in with Corridor, Furo, Simon Butt, Pixie, MO403, and Saturnius. Not the
Not
what's it called? Not the astrophysicus.
yeah.
Yeah, no, they're not coming in for that one. They're actually coming in here as a political science major.
Nah, and again, this isn't a little more art and a media based of a team. Still, again, like pretty young team. You got a leader in Pixie, from that a little bit older from that junior. But yeah, a lot of the arts, a lot of those things, and I mean, Overwatch sure is a pretty game to look at, and there's definitely a lot of creative thinking when it comes to these. So maybe there's some creative strategies coming out from the side of Sunni Oneonta, and I look forward to see what they bring from those using those other sides of the brain.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're really talking to a situation where creativity can definitely be supported. And you talk about creativity, there's a lot of fun facts that are coming out of this. I mean, the one that's most impressive to me, can relate as a musician myself. Furo, she's playing the cello for or has played cello for 12 years. So it's a long time, long time.
That is a bit.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of flexibility in your fingers most of the time, especially on your your neck hand.
Oh yeah.
Not as much on the bow hand, but at least you got the limb flexibility going on, which is always helpful in a game like Overwatch, where you do need to flex around a little bit, and that muscle memory, especially in your fingers, usually helps out.
Oh, definitely. And I think similarly along that, there's some dedication in here as where is it? Simon, but 100 hours on a single Stardew Valley save file. That's a lot of commitment to a single. Like that's like a lot of commitment to a game, to a process, to learning. So there's something to be had for the dedication to a game that is kind of relaxed, but also requires a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and a lot of just repetition. So those repetitions can come in big here.
Yeah, so I would say with these two, we can always come back to the fun facts. Like they're just there. They're always there to enjoy for us. I think it's time for us to look at what maps we're going to be having for these teams today. It's going to be the same maps as last series, but it's been a while since we played that one. So let's just go back and see what we got. We got Busan, Eichenwald, Rialto. Potentially, we're going to also go to Numbani, then Oasis. If you really, really need that tiebreaker. If there's a draw anywhere, we might actually be going to Havana to end it up on. But of course, starting on Control, as we're so used to, all the way to Korea. Nice and culturally diverse as Overwatch is, and Korea is definitely a part of that.
We're definitely going to see a lot of the world, and hopefully, I know we'll say it a million times. I'll say it again. You and I would both love to see Numbani and travel south of the equator, but maybe we'll get lucky and go to that. But Busan's, good variety of skill required, good variety of comps you can see. We still may see a lot of rush. That's still pretty standard for these control maps, and I wouldn't be disappointed in that. But I'm very curious to see what happens when we get to not Temple. I'm sorry, I was gonna say. There's a couple of maps where, like when we get to Mecha Base, when you can play a little bit more long ranges and things like that. I'm very curious to see what happens when we get these sight lines available for these teams.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a question mark, right? Will they bring out some snipers? Like Hanzos are not that uncommon, but it is sometimes a bit lacking in terms of like the Ashe and the Widowmaker department. Not necessarily because those heroes are not like meta enough, but when we look at like a team's ease of execution, you do actually get a little bit more out of those other heroes. Also because they require a little bit less of that consistent mechanical skill. Like that's always the problem with long range hit scan. Get into that place, you just need to shoot. You should need to shoot too many heads, but you need to hit them before you can shoot them. That can sometimes be a bit tricky.
Yeah, it is sometimes much easier just to take the ball of death and move it together as a unit and just listen to your leader and make those calls. As we see in the Cassidy, the May, the Cassidy Sim, those kinds of as they're known in the biz, the death ball comps. But yeah, there's so much value to be had when you have a mechanical player and can enable that, right? Because that's also when you move towards different. Forcing resources in different places. Do you need your Mercy for a pocket? Can your Widow just sit in the back and click heads while the rest of your team does whatever and plays as a five-man team? It comes to vary based on the ability of the players and a lot of what is comfortable. But comfort is also going to be a name of the game here, because what is the most comfortable tends to be better.
Yeah, and when we look at like what these teams, what these players like to play, you could go over the roster sheets as we usually do. It does seem like the Howard CC Dragons are a little bit more sort of set in their roles. Like, what do they play? How flexible are they? What off roles do they have? And we do actually see the distinction between like main tank, off tank, hit scan DPS, flex DPS being made here, which is super nice to see. It's a little bit more, I wouldn't say chaotic, but a little bit more fluid on the other end. There's way more like flex players on that side. Which can be a good or a bad thing. Like we usually see when teams start to, obviously, when you look at the highest of tiers, players are very cemented in their roles. Even there's some flexibility here and there, but they're usually very set. And that's not really the case when you go to lower tiers a lot of the time. Like a lot of these players will have like, yeah, I kind of play everything. Yeah. That's usually a bit of a lie. I mean, they will play it, but they might really not really be good at it.
Yeah.
But there is definitely a lot of precedent for like DPS also being good on support. Like, the exchange between Ana and Baptiste and like Soldier and Cassidy is a very fluid transition, Yeah. The same thing goes for like some tank, like, I don't know, like Reinhardt and Brigitte. Like, it's not the same thing, but it's that transition that goes really well. So flex is possible, definitely very possible to a degree. And I think depending on which heroes are going to be necessary, required, or wanted to be played, we might see some switches, maybe in roles or even just in general come out from these players. I would have been very excited to see like Blue Light go up against Optimal. Yeah. Unfortunately, Blue Light wasn't in the starting lineup, so we might see him later. I think Optimal, I don't remember actually whether they were in it or not. We just saw
it. They were there, I believe.
They were there. Okay,
they had a very good. Yeah, they were playing very well in the hit scan.
Yeah, because they're both listed as like a particular hit scan DPS. So we're talking about those snipers. That could have been a fun one, just like the Widow matchups or something like that. It would be really dope.
So it's like jumping. Yeah. But, I mean, we could talk about this all day, but we don't even have our teams yet, so we're going to hang tight, take a quick break while we get the rest of the players in, and we'll get this game rolling as soon as we can.
And we're gonna do it. We're gonna play a game between Howard CC Dragons and Suni Oniota, and it's going to be here on Busan. Gonna be starting here on the lovely downtown area. Howard CC in the blue, Suni Oniota in the red. I'm still man of class, still here with Sove, and yeah, we're gonna be starting here. What are you thinking?
I mean, look at the beautiful downtown sightlines. Like, how can you not want to just hang on rooftops and try to put some bullets into some opposing red players? Like, this is a good place for that. But the Howard Dragons on the other side think they want to win this Reaper, this Cyber comp here. If my memory serves me correctly, they pulled this out in like map 5 of one of the last games I saw them, and they were very, very successful with it. So I think they will look to kind of copy that over to here. And meanwhile, Suni Onianta, they just want to brawl. They just want to run at things. The double like main healer, the Baptiste Moira, is very interesting. Tells me they are tells me they don't value speed, but we'll see if that comes back to bite them when we get into the fight.
They can take a bit more damage, but it will also charge enemy ultimates. This is what it is. At least we do know that Suni Oniota is going to make it to the point first. It makes sense. They want to bunker a little bit more, of course. Optimal trying to poke a little bit away, trying to get the hack off on the Baptiste will do that. They'll get eliminated, and that is a good start to go, but the Moira still outputting a lot of healing. Not enough, though, for the Reaper, Simon, but this is going to be a very, very good start here for the Howard CC Dragons as they jump in. The Winston just squashing Furo together with his Reaper. A little bit of a trade back from Saturnius, but that's not going to hold them off for long. This first cap going to Howard CC Dragons.
Great patience from the Dragons. These last cleanups just gonna be the remainder, but great patience. They were looking and waiting for a mistake to be made. They were waiting for the right moment to kind of take these short dives onto, and they're rewarded for it. Optimal already 90% to an EMP. All it'll take is just a minute, and this second fight is already theirs. So keep an eye on that. But Saturnus's Shatter is probably going to be their opening point. So if they can find some value on that with that Reinhardt, that's going to be their key to get in this next fight.
Going to be a tricky follow-up if you get EMP first, though. He has to be quick about it. Optimal's almost ready with that one. Saturnius looking for the angle, though. The bubble in the way, but it's finally potentially going to be able to do it. Shatters the Moira with Coalescence, but there's the EMP. It's big. It hits everybody, and the Reaper's going to town. Reisaku just having a blast there, blasting them away with the Death Blossom, and that is going to be another clean fight win. Maybe a few ultimates invested, but they do get the win.
Yeah, Moonman threw in the Primal just to kind of make sure everything cleaned up, and you might want that back, but you know, you do have this self-destruct. Rosanto is going to have that, and you have a defensive, so Paulito is going to stop likely this Blizzard when it comes down, and Sudioniata is going to have to try to put some pressure with that there, so make sure it doesn't get eaten. Make sure you watch yourselves in this dive, because there's plenty of targets that can fall to Moonman entering quickly onto you, and they are going to push right on.
I would be surprised if they're not going to be able to have the ultimates to win this out. Another Coalescence from Furo quickly charged. And there's Rosanto also ready with the self-destruct, but the Blizzard hits big as well as the Graviton. Self-destruct gets no one, and that is another Shatter. Doesn't get anybody, though, unfortunately for him, and that is a team kill gong. They just get exploded so quickly, Tove.
Yeah, the Dragons are doing just that. They're exploding a little bit faster. They're calling up those targets and isolating a little bit better. And Optimal is going to have this EMP, so we could almost just look to that and just keep an eye on Optimal to close this out. There's only 5% left, and Optimals might even just hit them before they even get close.
I think the Winston might make it there. I think he did. It's another big EMP. Only hits 3 this time, but it's still enough to take out the Baptiste before he can ult. It's a good Death Blossom coming out from Simon, but just getting the Lucio and the mech might not be enough to do it, as Mooman is just juggling the Cassidy off the map, and Reisaku closes it out with this Death Blossom of his own. They did take back point control, but that's not going to be lasting for long, as Rosanto is just looking to get their mech back, and that will probably be it.
That is going to be all Shiro. They weren't really prepared for this kind of this short dive comp that's really just kind of taking advantage of that high ground. Sudioniata looked good. They looked like they knew what they wanted to do, but their plans were just constantly cut short. Their path was just the same for most of their attempts. Even changing it up a little bit, slowing to try to wait and bait out this dive might have been a better point. And I think if you're Sudioniata, you might need to think about what changes you want to make, because this comp is just kind of coming over the top of you right now. So finding something, bringing a Brigitte maybe to kind of bring in versus this Sombra or something to even give you your backline a little more protection. Because right now you have healing, but the healing doesn't do you any good if there's no one to heal that's up.
Very true, and of course we're going to be going to Mecha Base, a much more favorable point for the Reinhardt here, as well as the Cassidy, the Reaper, etc. It's just about optimal. Can they find the same value that they did? Can they find optimal value with the Sombra, as you want to say? I'm sorry, I just had to do it to him, but does get the hack on the D.Va very early on. Actually, it wasn't the D.Va, it was the Reinhardt even worse. Gotta be Moonman jumping in, getting the kill on the Furo. They do trade back a little bit, but just the D.Va mech is not gonna do it for you. Unfortunately, Sudioniata not really coming out of the gate that much cleaner.
No, they found the opening hack onto the Reinhardt. The call was made, and you could almost see the moment the Dragons knew they were ready to go and they could sign on. At that point will open, and there will be probably a quick contest here. But again, Optimal already over halfway to this EMP is a big start for them.
Optimal does get taken out, which means that the EMP will not be ready anytime soon, and they know this hack is gone. They have to make use of this opportunity, doing exactly that, just forcing to do the objective. You can either fight us or lose point control. They're going to go for option B, because they know it's pointless to fight without their Sombra. Well, not pointless, but they will be pointless for a bit in order to get the Sombra back.
But speaking of that Sombra, there is Optimal
There's
there looking to
Optimal.
get in, but there is a High Noon ready.
No EMP yet either, so it will be Optimal almost charging it up and 3% away with that to translocate out, but it doesn't matter. No one needs to be alive in order to take some damage here. It's going to be Suni Oneonta falling by the wayside, and that is another point cap here for Howard CC Dragons. That being said, at least they didn't lose another 40%. You know, like it's 25% to Suni. It's a good count.
That's a good start. You can push that back, and you have your tank line ultimate, so you can Shatter Bomb here. That's a great opener. You'll also have that Coalescence coming in early just before, so you've got some sustain. You can make this work. Just find the EMP, and there it is. And as I say that, the whole team is found from that EMP, and it is already coming.
Yeah, no ultimate use from their end. I think that's the one positivity you can say about that, but that was a very quick fight win.
Oh yeah, easy. And Risaku just going to clean that up and has looked good on this Reaper. Again, the coordination from the Dragons, because this is not an easy comp. It plays similarly to these Brawl comps when you look at that, but it requires a bit more coordination. It requires your Sombra to be very local. So if you have a good shot caller in your DPS line, this is a great comp for them, and they are using it effectively. They will have that self-destruct to try to keep this, and a Sound Barrier to keep this rolling, but the key is to keep the Sombra out of their back line.
Looking at this, it's hard to pull off those Sombra comms, but the Dragons could do it, so token the Dragons. It's the namesake. Apparently just all in the name, as Reisaku takes out their counterpart on the Reaper. No Death Blossom from Simon this time around. Saturnius does get the Shatter on the Sombra, and they do get Polito as well, able to block the self-destruct. And that means they can actually go in with a numbers advantage now. It's all up to Suni to bring this back and to try and get their point control, trying to get their fight win. And Moonman just doesn't want to let them get close. Nice block there on that Death Blossom. Still will get 2 in the process, though. And that is the counterpart. Sound Barrier tries to stop it, but in the end, it is still the CC Dragons that just get on top of everybody all the time. They're the ones that come out on top. 2-0 on Busan, 1-0 in the series.
Just a dominant looking performance from the Dragons. They knew exactly what comp they wanted to play. Their calls were effective. You could see it in there. And Suni Oneonta tried to make those changes to come in and saw it and bring it. You saw the Lucio come in for their side, but yeah, that great Sound Barrier. I mean, we're seeing the kill feed light up for that, but really Paulito kept them alive through that. And that's again, like that's a moment you're looking for from your team. You know, if every single member of your team can do their job effectively, if the calls are coming through, that leads you to success. And the Dragons have had that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suni Oneonta, they've kind of struggled. They've tried to run what they felt comfortable with and tried to force it and just kind of been met halfway. They probably haven't scrimmed up against this comp a lot. So now you got to stop and take the break and think, all right, what do we need to do to combat this? Maybe we bring in the Brigitte. I liked the Lucio change. That's a good start, but you maybe need to go even harder and just go full Brigitte, full Cassidy, and bring in some more stuns.
Yeah, it's always, I think it's the same thing we talked about last series with the Doomfist, right? Like you have to make that choice. What do we commit to? What do we try to make our win condition? And in this situation, I mean, they went for something, but control, it's just not enough time to properly adapt most of the time, right? Like you need to already know what you're going to switch to if they run this or that. And if you experiment a little, it just takes too much time, unfortunately. But coming map types are not control. We only get to control if we get to map 6. So currently they don't have to worry about that for a little bit. And that's a good thing because that means they're going to have more time on every single other map. And the next one is Eichenwalde. Downside of it, pretty good Sombra map. You can definitely run Sombra there quite well.
Yeah, I don't see a reason for the Dragons to change anything. Like they've had success. The Sombra's still good here. You might swap off if there's a Pharah in the sky if you just can't really get the value. But I also wouldn't put it past them to still find a way to get the value there. Meanwhile, for Suni Oneonta, they can this is the chance. Change it up. You're not in control anymore. So let's see what else you've got. Like do you have a bird of your own? Maybe you've got a double shield comp that can work out here. You have a little more options. So this is your chance to like flex those out.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of possibilities, a lot of options, a lot of things in the works here for this Suni Oneonta team. And as we're gonna go to Eichenwalde, sure, we're gonna be seeing some fire potentially. Gonna see some Mei, Hanzo. Like there's a lot of things you could do. We saw a lot of Symmetra played there earlier, which could also be a possibility. And then what I always wonder about is, but how well is that gonna translate to the rest of the map? Like a lot of the time, like a Pharah, it works well on point A, but it doesn't work as well on point B, and it definitely loses a lot of value on point C because of the limited skybox. So, like, there's a ceiling, you're inside of a castle. So So, so many options here for both of these teams, but what is the thing that you're actually going to go for? It comes down to comfort.
Yeah, it comes down to comfort.
Pure and simple,
Yeah. It also comes down to how is the rest of your team feeling about this, for the Dragons. I do know that if my memory serves me correctly, and my memory's not great, but I think I can remember things. I do believe they have a Pharah there, so it's very possible they play it just for A and then move off. But like you said, there's value to be had, and the Dragons, they feel the value is in everything they've done right so far. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sony Oneonta, there is a change I was looking forward to seeing. This double bubble is going to be an interesting. Double flyers could definitely go a bit of distance. Someone might give that off, but I'm not going to say anything about this yet because there's that. But I do like these changes. I think keeping something in the air versus this comp is going to do them a lot more of an advantage. There's just all you have to worry about is that Diva, who's really going to get in your face. If you fly a little too low, Optimal can get you. But I think that's a risk you're willing to take if you're Suni Oneonta.
I think I'm feeling something in the air tonight as we're going to see the bubble flyers come out on the side of Suni Oneonta, and they're going to be flying higher than the dragons, which is not something you see in nature most often, insofar as you ever see dragons in nature. But Simon, Bud, and Corridor, they're still not out, and they don't have a Mercy to fly with them either, so that's something that is to be considered.
I was going to say, the Lucia Moira is an interesting thing for that, because now there's no support for that, so you just have to kind of tell them to play very passively, and it's not necessarily going to get you a lot of value. Speaking of that, Simon Butt will fall, and that's what I'm talking about. It's a little too passive. There's no healing, there's no escape in case that goes wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like Simon Butt was maybe just jumping on them a bit too hard. I don't know. This is what happens. They're going to chase it down nice and clean. Optimal trying to get some more ult charge. Already up to a full ultimate here, so...
I mean, that's so quick. That really speaks to the testament of the Sombra play, like getting hacks, getting the follow-up. That's really good. And again, this will be a quick. They're in position. They have to keep spy checking this. You have to start looking now because there it is. Oh, that's 6.
6 hacked. Just a full-on destruction. They do get Paulito in the return, but that's just the taxi from spawn. Not a problem as Optimal just finishing target after target. Early Primal Rage, though, coming out from Saturnius to try and get people out of their spawn, maybe off the map even. They do get Rosanto, so they did get a couple of kills, which might lead to a quick re-engage.
Yeah, this is their chance. If they're gonna have it, this is the chance. And with
another kill
going their way, they're gonna push now. And I like this. Yeah. This is the aggressive play they need to take.
They have to wait for Reisaku, though. I think Reisaku might have teleported behind them. The Sound Barrier even comes out from the attack to try and get this going faster. And they do get that going. Optimal close to another EMP, but does get rocketed, so have to translocate away. We have the stalling Primal Rage from Moonman going on. Corridor trying to flee towards a health pack, or at least away from the enemy, but will live through this. Looking for a place to barrage, but there's a self-destruct from Rosanto. Both the Echo and the Fire do dodge it, and there's the first ultimate. There's also the duplicate coming out from Simon. It's always hard to find the icon when they're in it. The Death Blossom trades back, though. It's another 2, and Reisaku is back on fire, but it's another primal from Simon. From Saturnius, that's a second one in like a minute. That's ridiculous. And with still the primal raging Winston from Simon as well, they're looking to be in the numbers and the health advantage. It's a Reaper and a Lucio on the other side. They are looking to potentially turn ranges back, clean this up, and a Reaper versus a Rodok and a Winston. It's always going to have a good time unless he gets hooked. Cleanup is still trying to happen, but that's a sound barrier, so...
Again, just another Paulito is keeping this team alive. They are continuing to stall us out. That hook closing off Optimal, and that may be the door opener they need.
It might be Pixie just going for the full ho-ha carry. So much health, so much power, so much hook potential. But Pixie looking for another one, gets the Winston this time around, but Moonman still with plenty of health left, and Optimal's coming in with another EMP. Luckily, it won't block the sound barrier. That's already been used, but it's gonna come out big. 1, 2, 3. No, Optimal dies before they can use it. They didn't even click the button. I thought that might have been canceled, but that's not even the case. And this is another hook for Reisaku. Doesn't even get to come back in. The Coalescence gets 2, though. Simon and Mo both taken out, and this is just continuous fighting on the objective. You almost wonder whether Suni should have maybe reset, but they keep just getting just enough to keep on playing, and with 38 seconds left, they need to start finding a little bit more, and they just don't.
They don't. Every time it looks winnable, something happens and changes it up a little bit, but they just keep throwing everything at the wall. Optimal still holding onto that EMP. They'll finally get a reprieve, but Optimal, like, they burnt 2 to 3 minutes off the clock. Optimal and Reisaku have those DPS ults. It is kind of in the book unless Corridor can hit this huge barrage, but Optimal's hiding. They have to to start for them. They have to start looking and making sure they can
They're
figure
not
out where
doing
they are.
it.
They're not doing it, though. There it is.
3 hacked, and that is 1 support ult gone. That's a 2nd support gone. That's a tank gone. The barrage gets absolutely nothing, and that is going to be time ticking down. First round over. And Sunni, they looked a little bit okay there on Busan. They almost had it, that first point on Eichenwald, but they don't even get a tick in the end.
There was a little bit more discipline needed, because you mentioned it. There was some point in the middle of those fights you needed to stop and say, okay, let's save ults, let's regroup. We burned so much time off the clock. We haven't gotten any value. They didn't even get the tick. They didn't even get that first tick. They got probably to 27 to 30%, but the bigger problem was that they committed almost everything the instant they got it. And, it was a wave of, we can make this work. We can't. And unfortunately, they never got there. So a little bit more discipline might have worked out in their favor. And instead, now they have to just sit here and hold this out. And we've seen changes come through for Sunni Oneonta, and I don't think we can predict what they are going to bring out here. And they're looking at the full rush with a Junkrat as a defense here. Interesting. It feels like they are just trying to put out as much damage and prevent them from getting it in. But Optimal, they need to just keep checking Optimal. Optimal has been that piece that has just burn them constantly. You need to just let somebody spy check for that. Usually you'll put a diva, if you have a brig, something that doesn't really cost you ammo, just swing and just put bullets out there and see if you can find them, because Optimal time after time continues to just get hacks, get value, and will build EMP faster and swing that economy in their favor. So you have to put Optimal in check here if you want to continue and keep yourself in this game.
A really good option usually would be a diva, just to constantly spy check or something like that, but they're just going to go for the full-on spam defense. It is the Junkrat, it's the Cassidy, it's a lot of Zarya Rein. It's going to be hard to get through this choke, especially if you don't really have anything to get past it, other than a Winston and a Reaper that can like teleport past it, and maybe a diva can fly. Like, they can get past it fairly easily, but you still have a Junkrat to deal with. Simon's just going to be lobbing nades here.
I mean, uncontested in the back, they finally will get it, and they'll get a pick from Chip Milk, and that, again, is just going to stall this up. This is exactly what you're looking for. You're causing just enough disruption, getting enough value to slow up these pushes, and considering you have to... I'm sorry, they did get a point there. So you still have to stall 3 minutes to get a full hold here. So continue to keep these angles in check, keep an eye on Optimal, and that's going to be a win condition for you, because your quarter already basically has Deadeye. Already is looking in a good spot to lead this open, but this brawl is going to be tough.
Brawl is not always the answer. In this case, it's doing pretty well, and Simon and Corridor already find 2 together. Paulito can jump around all they want, but eventually you're going to get found by a Cassidy or a Hammer. Maybe a Fan the Hammer. That would be a perfect combination of that. But for now, they get no eliminations, no point progress, and barely any ult charge. Like, Optimal is still on 54%. That is very suboptimal and very uncharacteristic of Optimal. Of course, the advantage is that you don't really need more than 1 EMP, because 1 EMP can just win them everything, but still have to charge it.
Yeah, they have to get there, but this War of Attrition is working for Sunni Oneonta now. And speaking of that attrition, that's a shatter and a pin for everything.
Nicely done, as they do get another double kill straight away, including the mech. Immortality Field was used, is being deleted. But I mean, just dealing the Immortality Field's not going to win you a fight. Corridor going ridiculously low, but will survive as Optimal finally charges up that EMP.
That's the win con here, right? And they're deep. They've lost track of them. So now if Optimal can get at least 2 or 3, maybe shut down this tire before it goes out, or knock that Immortality Field out, they'll be in a good spot to win this and crack this open. Paulito's sound barrier is going to be open in the beginning of this fight too. Now they're finally checking. They're looking. They know it's coming. They're counting those ultimates, and this is good. This is the changes that Sunni Oneonta needed to put in to make this work.
Gonna try and get through this, but it's just a big Emp Matrix. 4 do get hacked, and there's finally the sound barrier from Paulito, but they don't move in that quickly. They don't capitalize on the hack, and the tire does find Reisaku. No death loss on this fight, and with all this power going back, they just get a double. They get them in the graph, and they're just gonna keep exploding them. There are still some ultimates on the side of the Dragons, but not really a lot of time to charge another EMP at least.
No, now they need to figure out who their new target is, because their initial plan was to try to get this Reinhardt hacked, try and create the advantage in the main tanks. But now you have to fight this spam. You have to fight all this noise that's just coming at you, and it makes it even harder. So now you have to think, if you're optimal, who is my next best target? I need to draw some attention. Look at the back line. See if you can draw some attention there. Make Furo move, make Mo get out there, and that's exactly that. Pixie has found them out, though, and no value will be had, but they did force them back a little bit, and that'll buy an entry.
Yeah, Moonman taking the Reinhardt out, and that's a double Blood Blossom from Reisaku. Rosanto fights Simon, and that looks to be all she wrote. Unfortunately, this is not really looking like anyone is really there to contest anymore. The tick goes through, and after a arduous journey uphill, eventually the Dragons do take away that second map win. 2-0 in the series, and only one away from taking it home.
A little bit of a speed bump from the side of Sunio Niata, but you like to see that. You like to see these adaptions and these plays. And
yeah.
Simon, but on this Roadhog, on this Junkrat, looked very good, put in some great work, and it was a good counter to what was going on from the Dragons. But the Dragons just needed to make the few changes they can get. They changed their target calling, they changed their positioning a little bit, they were a little more patient, and suddenly they cracked it wide open again. So good attempts made. I think you need to bring it back to the board, take a minute and think, what do we need to do versus this comp? Because there's something we're not quite getting to keep success. They were looking good at the initial start. They were holding that choke down. They were finding picks, and they were limiting optimal. And that's exactly what you need to do to kind of stop this comp. The Sombra is a very key piece in this particular comp. So keeping optimal in check is, again, going to be the arduous task they have to do if they want to stay alive in the series.
They did it well on defense, but they have to find a way to do it on offense too. Mm-hmm. And of course, we're going to go to Rialto next, a little bit more of an open map as opposed to Icon Vault, especially, Icon Vault is as well on point B, not so much on point A. But of course, they have some time to think about it, some time to discuss it, some time to prepare. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we potentially can see the straight culmination of the series, but maybe even a comeback. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to game number 2, series number 2 of the night between the Howard CC Dragons and Suni Oneonta. I'm still here, man of class with Sov Denim. And yeah, we're 2-0 currently for the Dragons. They've been doing a phenomenal job, like their namesake. But there's still a pretty good chance that Suni Oneonta can bring this back, because they did look like they were figuring out a couple tricks here and there on Icon Mold.
They did bring some things in, and it's worth noting for the Dragons, they're changing up their main tank. Big body tank coming in for Moonman, and Moonman, who was looking very good on the Winston, I guess earned a break. My hypothesis here is that big body tank is coming into play, probably some sort of a Reinhardt or an Orisa, if my guess is correct, which you could see the double shield here. That makes sense. There's a lot of big sight lines, and it looks like my guess was right. They are going to run that double shield on the defense, so I think this is a good look. They're going to play those sight lines, the Ashe, the Hanzo, beautiful. Mwah, chef's kiss. I love every second of it. Suni Oneonta, they're probably teasing some different things, tossing some things out, but Pixie did look good on that hog. This isn't exactly I don't want to say a meta, but I would call this a little bit of an odd take, and they are here. I'm sorry, this is their defense. They are going to choose this, but this is a big damage comp, right? Like, there's the Junkrat, there's the Sim, lots of damage out here, lots of sustain. So they want to win these longer fights, and I think that with Saturnus being on the Winston, it's going to be a little bit tougher, because they have to play a lot more to those dives, and wherever they end up, they're going to have to dump a lot of those resources.
Yeah, I think the big deal is they gotta have shield break, so Rosonto and Big Body Tank, fun that you have them, but there's a Junkrat, and there's a Symmetra, and there's a Roadhog, so those aren't gonna exist for too long. And all I can say about Hog is I've watched a lot of Collegiate and even CEA Corporate Overwatch. Roadhog can do pretty well sometimes.
Yeah, he can be good, but equally good.
As we see now, exactly, the Ashe is also hitting some shots. Optimal no longer on the Sombra, and already looking that they're not just a Sombra one trick. Pixie having to back off together with Saturnius, but at least they're not losing too many members. They're backing up intelligently, going for the next fight as Mo just gets flanked and countered. Good pick there onto the hook, at least on the Sigma, but they're taking so much damage that the Moira just cannot heal up alone.
No, there's just not enough, and Saturnus will fall from that for that reason. I'm not sure about this Winston pick. I kind of feel like you'd rather give it up to a Sigma, something that can even just hang back and just get healed up. But oh man, those shots from Optimal are so big. That's just exactly what you're looking for from your hit scan.
Yeah, you think it's Reinhardt, or you think it's Sigma? I would maybe say it's Orisa. You can do the pool combo. You know, don't need to worry about shield break that much anyways, but it's one of those. You know, everyone has the preference, and Simon Butt apparently prefers to just lay on their butt at the moment with that Junkrat. I mean, maybe not by choice, but at least it happens. A good whole hog attempt there from Pixie, but they just get all eliminated, blasted aside, thrown into the canal, and they're gonna have to try and set up on B, maybe on the high ground, but that might already be too late.
Nope, Pixie will make that swap to the Zarya. Yeah, the Hog was a good take, but the Zarya, there's so much damage coming in, you'll be a little better. Again, this double kind of healer, this double off support is good, but you have no mobility. There's no Lucio to move you around. You have no stuns for Brig. You have a lot of healing. You have some sustainability, but it doesn't matter if that you don't, you have to also move onto this double shield comp. You have to aggress onto them, and it's going to be a lot slower, and they'll punish you more for it. But speaking of punishing, here's those Dragons.
Dragons did come through, didn't really get anything. Big Body Tank going ridiculously low, doesn't actually quite make it. Simon goes for the tire, gets the triple, couldn't get destroyed. And those are the plays why you pick a Junkrat. It might not always get the vanilla kills, but once you get the tire out, you set yourself up for a huge explosion.
As it said, everything is coming up explodey, and the one ult win is a big thing for Suni Oneonta, so they'll keep 3 more on their side for this fight, including both of those support ultimates. Neither one can really sustain the team though for the fight, so that you may have to use this Coalescence a little bit more defensively, or you may just full W and just put it all forward and just play that aggressive nature into this, and that may be the best way to keep them from controlling this high ground.
Oh, and as they potentially rally to Paulito, they're already getting the double pick from the DPS. DPS are out for the defense. That's a good shatter to potentially counter it back. The kills, at least they're on the Brigitte. They're looking for a little bit more as the Coalescence goes through the Amplification Matrix. Tanks are still alive, and they are trying to trade this back as Reiner taking a bunch of damage, but also a bunch of healing back. Nice bubble as well from Pixie to just completely heal that back up. Pixie getting close to the Graviton, which they might use on later, but currently the DPS are just getting hard countered by Optimal and Reisaku. The tanks are getting treated back, but as long as Optimal is free to just stand there as a shooting gallery, no one's getting out alive. There goes Optimal finally to the ground, and this fight's still going on this corner.
They're going to commit that rally, though. They still want to keep fighting, and it's going to come down to Pixie and this Graviton Surge as they change this last corner. That's going to be their key to winning this for Sunio Nianta, but those Dragons are going to come out just by that space. They might just get it to the end of B without a contest.
I like how they just backed off as soon as their rally came out. They're like, we don't want to deal with this. We'll fight next. They do have to touch, though, and they don't manage to do so. Unfortunately, that points is going to get capped for free, and now you got to choose. Do you commit right here, or are you going to let them come a little bit further? The archway is a perfect place for the Graviton. They're setting it up already, and the shields are in the way. Sigma on the flank. We've got 100 charge Pixie. You got to make a move here.
No, but
not even able to do it. Reisaku on the flank. They was completely uncovering it, and these DPS are just running over them.
They are just getting uncontested again. That's the problem with this, is there's no one really keeping these angles. The junk traps aren't finding anything. Eventually, there will be something. But again, unfortunate death to the mines. But, you know, again, just going uncontested. There's no one bothering them in the back lines. You need to make a swap or at least find some way to do that.
Corridor needs to be careful. And Corridor again walks out of spawn, immediately gets taken out by Optimal. Optimal is a menace on those flanks, and the DPS are just not being careful enough to dodge the ash shots. Bob is coming out on the card, is being annoying in the back. They have to back off a little bit, but there's a Graviton. There's a Tire. A Tire doesn't even take out Bob. That's how little damage it apparently does to that big mechanical man. And this is just going to be a steamroll. They're walking all over them. Target after targets to get taken out. And Corridor finally gets a flashbang out, but it's not enough. Couple of meters, and 248 is where this timer stops.
The sheer aggression from the Dragons DPS line is just impressive, because they are taking these deep angles and getting value. That you saw Reisaku on this Hanzo just go into the back line, uncontested, unchecked, and just get 3-4 picks free of charge. Optimal had just continued to get headshot after headshot on this Ashe. You got to find a little bit more pressure to this somehow. If it's in a tracer, if it's in a ball, if it's in something that can give you ability to stop this. The Winston was a good look and could have gotten some value, but there was just the pieces around the Winston to support that weren't there. If you're Sunio Nianta, you kind of have a good idea, and I think you're double checking that idea now in this Winston Diva, and I like the idea of that, but you got to bring in, I think, the DPS pieces too. If you don't have a tracer player that's you're comfortable on, this will, you'll make it do, but this is where you need like a tracer, a Sombra, someone who can just be a nuisance to these snipers, because once they're just allowed to free fire in, you've seen the damage they'll do, and that just means we're just going to keep going all the way. That just means Howard Dragons will close it out.
Yeah, and to be honest, like when you look at their lineup, right, like Optimal is definitely listed as a hit scan. They're really good at it now. But when you look at Corridor, and also at Simon, but like, yeah, they're listed as DPS, but they're both listed as a flex and a flex DPS. So they don't really have that hit scan power. And you see that especially Corridor is struggling with like trying to figure out what they're supposed to play hero wise, like in general, like synergy wise, it's not really working out. Like Simon is getting some value, but Corridor is kind of lagging behind. And we do see Simon getting taken out here by Reisaku, but there is a trade with Big Body Tank.
Yeah, the picks will continue to go back too, but again, like you said, Corridor on this Sombra can be a peacemaker. They can be the piece that maybe changes this, and they will get the cart rolling. But the other part of this, big part of this, is that if you can get value out of EMP, and you're not keeping up to where Optimal was, but you have to at least be a bother, and they are going to try to do just that.
They are definitely going to try it, and they do get the heck on the Orisa again. It's a good hack to get. It takes away a lot of stain, power, a lot of sustain, and they do get to get some more ground out of it. It's a great start for them. The mech is just get taken out, though, and there goes Simon again to the ground. Corridor is looking to get in again somehow, but it just has to look from a distance with the translocator as the rest of the team gets taken from the cart, just evicted from this point so far.
I kind of feel like if you're Sunio Nianta, you need to meet, it's almost a point of play their own game. Like even if you don't feel necessarily the most comfortable on it, it's the dives aren't coordinated. The dives aren't really coming together. Saturnus just keeps kind of coming in and dropping in and then getting immediately melted because there's no support, there's no real heals for him. And that early excretion tells me that's everything. Like the Winston didn't even make it to the dive this time.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. It gotta hurt if you're Saturnius. And with half their time gone, hasn't even made it up to Primal Rage. That kind of tells you everything you need to know. Both tanks close to their ultimates, though. Simon, but not even remotely close. Neither is Corridor to their DPS ults. So we're definitely looking at a suboptimal situation, as Optimal does get at least hacked, but his supports are already out. Nothing's gonna happen from this end. From Howard CC Dragons are just vibing on card at the moment. Yeah. They're chilling. They don't have their work cut out for them. They have their work exactly sorted and organized. You know, they're the style of all students. They got their homework done.
Yeah, and I mean, they are set for the next couple fights, too. The Bob has been getting incredible value. 4 ultimates. They'll get Paulito will get that rally, too, likely as this starts. And there's both support ultimates for the side of Sunio Yanta, but you have to make sure they're placed right, or you have to commit them early. And speaking of early, that's the early Bob. They found them. They knew exactly what they were going to do.
It's quite simple in that situation. The Bob is out, but so did the Lucio get eliminated. Now the self-destruct goes in. This could be a big one. They're not really in a great position. They do get Paulito as a result. That's a good start. Also, the Orisa out. Yeah, the dragon comes out, but it's easy to dodge. It's just two slowly moving snakes. Another good hack indeed. And that is just going to be the steamroll. This is finally when this comes together, this comp. A few good manual hacks, just an ultimate to open it up, create some more chaos, and they're finally trying to make this dive work, because that was what they were lacking.
Yeah, the coordination just wasn't quite there. They did get it across, and that's exactly it. Now, Simon's got this. Now, there's both DPS ultimates. Corridor will die, but they'll be back quick enough. But that was what they needed. The coordination came together. The bothering onto Optimal was enough. You forced out the ultimates, and you're looking good here. So now you just need to take control of these positions and get yourself in a good setup to value this EMP. But the Bob wants to say something about that.
Well, the Bob doesn't get to say as much as the Riptire does, but together with the Dragon, they still get plenty of value. They're trading a little bit back and forth, but Saturnius needs to not go down. They need to live here, close to the Primal, needs to charge that up before they get taken out. They do get to almost at that Sigma. They're going to be able to. Corridor doesn't manage to get out, has the EMP ready, but it's just Reisaku Paulito that are taking down the last few members, and that Primal Rage going to waste.
Oh no, it's going to be a late pick, isn't it? They're going to try and get it. Nope, there's... Okay, they didn't manage to get him out. Saturnus will be healed up there.
Picks out a mech, though. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate pick, but, you know... All right, take the full reset here. Just get reset. You know, you've got an EMP, you've got a Coalescence. Those are some tools to use here for Sunio Yanta. You know, get yourself gathered, and you can do this. They found the Sombra, and that's what they need to do to be... That's a good stopping point for the Dragons, so... you know,
Corridor.
I mean, oh no, the Rock too. You know what? I gotta commend Corridor. They're clearly trying to do, like, they're trying to make this work. That's obviously not the most comfortable pick for them, but they are doing a great job of trying to make this and the value work. But the value has just been coming too strong for Optimal and Reisaku. Like, they've just gotten so much value, and Saturnus, unfortunately, missing that jump, it just kind of sets the tone for this fight.
You know what? I appreciate you're nice about it. I'd say that there's definitely a few things that Corridor could be doing better, but that EMP at least lands. They get the mech kill as well on the Baptiste. It's a pretty big deal to get the chimp milk off the board. And Rosanto tries to do something back on that Sigma, but all they can really get is an arrow from Reisaku onto that Sombra. Nice progress on the card so far, but they need to get a little bit more as the Supercharger comes out and Big Body Tank is in the way, protecting their bongos with their lives. Unfortunately, Saturnius still gets them, but that's enough distraction for them to just get everything else on the side of Sunny Oneonta. Howard CC Dragons, they're just an unstoppable wall.
They are, and again, it's because this DPS line is getting, you know, uncontested in the back. There's no resources needs to go into them, so the support line is able just to keep the tanks up without a problem. And they are just the well-oiled machine right now. And speaking of a well-oiled machine, there's Bob.
Bob is definitely doing something here. The tire does get a double, though, so they are trading back. Good on them to just destroy the immortality field, but they were already out of it somehow. Saturnius goes in with the Primal Rage, probably booped a little bit of that away, going straight after Reisaku. No more Hansu in the way. I can take a few arrows, that's not the problem, but eventually Reisaku gets healed back up and Saturnius has to run away. We'll be able to make it back to the card as it's just optimal behind them. And being on your own might not be optimal, but you do take out 2 more kills than Simon and Saturnius. Corridor gets taken out by Reisaku, and even though it looked like a good fight, they're just being cleaned off this card. Overtime's gonna take down, and with just the D.Va, no self-destruct, this is looking like a dire effort, a dire straits. You might make it back as Mo 403, but it might as well be 404. Error. No presses on card found. You can get a little bit more stall in, but without any eliminations. That is it. The Howard CC Dragons looking to just run away with this series 3-0 in a very clean fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they're undefeated, right? They have just been this clean through the whole season. They have looked good on all these comps. They have some very solid pieces, and this is definitely a number 1 seed for a reason. Simon Butt going to take the consolation pog, as it were, but trying to, that's a good play though. The pieces and the ideas for Sunio Niata were there. They just kind of never fell together, be it because of teamwork, be it because of just some things that happen, but the chaos that kind of a comp thrives in never really made it. The bothering didn't happen until it was too late. Winston can never get supported into the back line, and the Junkrat spam that could have just kind of lobbed through or broken down a lot of these shields never really did. So, this is a good piece to watch back, to look and say, all right, what do we need to do come playoff time when we see them again, and how do we deal with these comps?
Yeah, it's always a question that we ask ourselves, and that teams will definitely be asking themselves. But currently, the Dragons don't really have much to worry about. They can kind of keep scouting, keep playing these teams, keep practicing for the playoffs. Look at the other divisions as well, potentially for playoffs. And eventually they're going to have to play them, because there's almost no way they're not making it with this type of performance. And thinking about it, what are their strengths? I mean, the Sombra is obviously a big one, but Optimal just looks to be a very big force in the DPS department regardless.
Oh, yeah. Optimal has been arguably just an MVP across this entire match. The Sombra looked great. The Ashe didn't miss a shot. The value on Bob's was something that I don't even think I need to really talk about. So when you look back at this and say, what do we need to do, and who is a point we need to try to get under control, Optimal is definitely number 1, but maybe you need to look at who is arguably the weaker points. So figure out what you can do to try to exploit and force attention elsewhere. Again, Sunio Niata looked good in chaos. That when the Winston was in and lived, they looked like they were able to get some value. They were able to crack open that last bit of Rialto, or that first bit of Rialto there. So again, work on your communication, bring it back, look at and think about your comps, because some interesting ideas were there. And I think you can definitely expound on those when you get towards playoffs.
Yeah, I definitely can. And of course, we're going to let the teams do that. They don't have to play at least for the rest of the night, but there's going to be a bunch of other matches coming at you. Next game that we'll be seeing here, which is not going to be casted by us, but will be coming up, will actually be, I've got it right here in front of me. Actually, no, I closed it down. I do have it here. There we go. The New England College Grims versus Clark University's Gray. From Emergence Yellow. Then after that, there's going to be the CSUDH Toros from California State University in Dominguez Hills. Then we have Redbird versus Redbird Academy from Illinois State University. Champion Cyan division, that is. And those will be the other 2 matches you'll be seeing later. Of course, first, going to take a little bit of a break. And after that, we're going to have to come back with 2 new faces on the camera and 2 new teams on the screen. So don't go anywhere. Keep watching NECC and follow everything that we do here, not just in Overwatch, but in every game we offer. Have a great night, and see you soon.
Take care.
We appreciate your patience to that extended break, but we are back here for the second two matches that we have coming up tonight. My name's Jeff, alongside LaFawn here. And our first match with us, at least, third of the evening, will be New England College taking on Clark University.
I know my hair is long. You don't have to say I'm alongside you, though, there, Jeff. Jokes aside. No, we got to talk about the game at hand. It's good to be here in the casting booth once again, as we got a quick look, of course, at our teams up early today, right? This is match number 3, I should say. And as we get into it in just a moment, we've got the New England College versus Clark Gray here as our set piece, I suppose. Definitely two teams that are in the hunt. Hunt for at least a victory here in this part of the season.
And it'd be their first victory. So one of these teams will get that 0 out of the win column today. Both these teams have struggled a little bit in the Emergence Division. Clark Gray still looking for that very first map win and are currently sitting in 9th place. So a win here could really propel them out of the red zone. Top 8 will end up making it into the postseason. Remember, we are in week 7 of 9. We're down to the back third. Only 3 weeks remaining.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for New England College, there's a little bit of flexibility here for their schedule. They're still, trying to find their footing, as it were, in terms of the games that they have to kind of play through. So they have a little bit of, a breathing room, I suppose. Not much, not to put too fine a point on it, but it's not the end of the world, I suppose, is probably a good way of putting it. You don't want to go, the faster you get that first win, though, the better. And I think for both these teams, that's going to be the top of the order today. And one thing we have to kind of talk about as we get into the teams themselves is how that, approaches into the mental game and how that's going to feature in the head-to-head matchups as well, because that's going to be a big part of it. When you're in that situation of, that 0-3, 0-4 record, at that point, you start to sort of wonder, you get into a losing position. All of a sudden, you're fighting yourself more than the opposition. So we'll see if that kind of comes into it. I think I'm obviously watching out for is the role that is most affected by the mental game in Overwatch, and it's a role that's about to be downsized in the upcoming future, and that's, of course, the tank head-to-head.
Yeah, this head-to-head matchup between our two tanks, as we take a look at our rosters, is going to be, I think, the foundation for this entire series. So we're starting off looking at the Pilgrims. New England College have Coin will be taking the lead in that main tank role. And the senior has got a lot on their shoulders to try to drive this squad to their very first victory. Another notable thing to keep an eye on here is we're going to have Party picking up the DPS with Jet going to be moving down to support. Now, the only other time we've seen this team on stream, we had Jet playing DPS and is listed as the DPS. But Party was pretty lethal with that Baptiste. Definitely has the aim to make it happen. I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and this might be a case of just, a team trying to adapt, halfway through the season to figure out what's going to work for them best. Again, this team has been to that, the breaking moment of a victory. They've lost, 2-3s in a couple of their matches, so they've been there up against the win column, just haven't been able to make it count. So they're hoping perhaps a switch in roles will give them that extra little bit of punching power to kind of go into the victory column. We'll see if that kind of comes through as we get a look, of course, at the opposition, who they're going to meet up for their second team. And obviously we talked about the head-to-head matchup. That means Kamba going to be the real eyes on here for Clark Gray, a team we don't have footage on, I have to add. Bolskings coming into this, it really is going to be a case of a team with that unknown, sort of the excitement of the surprise here for Clark Gray, for sure.
We're going to be learning about them all together. First time we've seen this squad on stream, as you mentioned. And I think Kamba has to be the one to try to lead this squad to victory. That's going to be your main tank player here, who will be opposite Coin, who'll be going face-to-face. Kamba has the highest SR of anybody on this squad. So not only a leader as far as age and on the front line, but even as far as ranking as well. So the one junior alongside 5 sophomores. I mean, still looking for that first map win. Today could be the day. And both these teams have had fairly difficult opponents and now have somebody a little bit on their own level. I will say I'm going to give New England a bit of the edge here, just based on their strength of schedule. They've had to face the number 1 and number 2 seeds and the 3 losses that we have recorded for them. So they've had a little bit tougher schedule. But if Clark is going to pull out a victory, today is that day.
Yeah, I mean, in all essence, this has to be the one you kind of take, right? Just build as a building block from there. Though, as we get into the match itself, Jeff, we got to talk about the map pool and where we're going to go up first. It is going to be Busan for our first map, moving through the remaining selections. A good map pool we have on our hands this week for me. I have to say, really excited to see some of these. Obviously, Eichenwald map number 2, moving on to Rialto, Numbani, Oasis, and if required, Havana at the very end. So, excited to see this one. I really like Busan as a map, especially as our opening map. It's my favorite map in the game, and I think this one really provides a level of variation compositionally that for teams to kind of execute with, that I'm curious to see if it kind of comes into play here.
And coincidentally enough, that was our starting map way back in week 1 when we saw New England College last play on stream. They ran a lot of Reinhardt D.Va on this map. We did see a peppering of Wrecking Ball come out of them later, but as far as Busan, it was just May Reaper, Reinhardt D.Va, running up the mid, and just trying to get that brute force approach. So, I'm curious to see if they've made any changes. I mean, granted, that was nearly 2 months ago. There's been a lot of growth since then. There's been time to make some adjustments. And coming into downtown, already seeing some of those changes where we saw the Ryan D.Va here before. It looks like they are going to come out on that Wrecking Ball with Shadow Storm on the Tracer to try to back them up.
That's actually something I wanted to highlight too as we load in. The meta has been adapting, remarkably consistently for Overwatch in the most recent time, right? We've seen teams start to move towards more mobility-based compositions, right? Obviously, the Reinhardt May is still really good on mecha-based, so you can run that if you want. But as we get into downtown, as you highlighted, it's going to be all-out aggression here. Winston for combo, Coin on the Wrecking Ball, so New England will have a little bit more disruption. Clark Gray obviously playing for a more initial point of spear type approach as we are now underway.
And one of the things I'm really keeping an eye on here is the coordination between your main tank and how well that head-to-head matchup goes, but also how Atlas and Shadowstorm are going to couple with that main tank. And the coordination between the Tracer and your front line, be it the Winston or the Wrecking Ball, very important to secure picks. And early picks can mean everything, particularly in this early control stage. Point is now unlocked. New England have positioned themselves on the objective to pick up that valuable force control, and they're already building percentage before this fight even really breaks out, LaFon.
Yeah, Jet's been doing a ton of work, actually. Forces recall early, so now Atlas will not be able to put as aggressive a position as they'd like for the next 4 or 5 seconds, and that's going to give New England College a lot of space to work with. It's a bit of a farm session here. Peachy Pixel's trying to build up that nano boost, and I expect Clark Gray rather to use that as the real initiation engagement tool once they give it and apply it to combo.
Yeah, New England College need to get a couple picks here. It'd be ideal for them to find some picks before that nano comes online. Looking for it on that high ground, recognizing the rotation from Clark Gray, who are starting to surround. You see Coin going up again, but Coin needs a big bionade. Has to get out of there and just find cover immediately. Now the nano is ready to go, and this should go on to Comba and initiate the assault. There it is. Into the air goes Comba, into the back line, off the map! Oh my goodness, Coin with a great read, sends Comba right in front of the train, and everything just went horribly awry for Clark Gray.
And I suppose that's one way to give a tank a ultimate off the nano boost. Unfortunately for Clark Gray, it's not the tank they were hoping for. Instead, it is going to be Coin who gets the minefield and applies it immediately to the objective, which is going to get the round hold. And I mean, big ups to New England College there. They're going to be able to get up to that 65, vaunted 70% marker off of one fight. Really, so this is going to be, essential for them. And I mean, coming into this next one, they're looking pretty good. Obviously, the Pulse Bomb is going to be good for the duel, try and get an early pick off, but I'm keeping an eye out on Jet's Transcendence. As long as the Bionade can be blocked, New England College is going to have a lot of survivability in this next fight.
Puts a lot of weight on Nyland's shoulders. Pitchy Pixels could just negate that Transcendence with one good Bionade. They've had a few already here in this opening round, this opening sub-map. Shadowstorm along the outside. Oh, Atlas got stunned out of their Pulse Bomb. That one goes to waste as Party lands the fan, the hammer. Now Shadowstorm in with eyes on a D.Va. Discord on that D.Va as well. Gets D-Mech. Gonna go ahead and use that self-destruct. Recall available. It's a little early. Okay, still managed to find it. And Clark Gray get off the point. A clean 100-0 here for the Pilgrims.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the most impressive part about that is that we got 2 fights that round, right? Like, that's not often. Yeah, it's not often we say control, a map that really favors a level of consistent aggression. It's not often you see only 2 fights taken on a round, but New England College, I mean, they get to the point early. They play the zoning, they play the zone a lot more efficiently, and then that pick off by Coin onto combo, knocked off the map. That's a tough place to be. And Clark Gray never truly able to reset to bring themselves back in. They're going to make an adaptation going into round number 2, though, as they go over to the Reinhardt here. The one thing to highlight, of course, is that it is going to really be down to Olangara on the Cassidy to be the real point of pressure for the high mobility players of New England College. NECC obviously trying to pull up the slack as on the Brigitte, but a lot to ask of one player.
And it just goes to show how much they're trying to counter this Tracer coming out of Shadowstorm. With a couple of people who can do it and keep Pitchy Pixels alive, which is just crucial for keeping this brawl composition in the fight and having that sustain. Clark Gray taking up drum first. Once again, New England are going to move on to the objective. And Athos taking a few shots. I'm having a little bit of feed issues. LaFawn, if yours is any better, you might want to take over here for me.
I unfortunately have to acclimate the idea that it's not much better for me at this point. But at this point, you can see New England College doing the surround sort of situation. That's great from Shadowstorm, actually. Full utility out of Clark Gray. And on top of that, they've gotten the point early here.
And once again, through first fight, they're just going to be racking up percentage. New England doing it.
Look at Jet also, up to 70%, by the way, with their ultimate. So Zen doing a ton of work here.
Yeah, listed as a DPS player, mind you. And Athos goes down. That's a big part of the damage gone. 5v5, both teams missing a DPS at this point. Rez comes through, and New England are going to have the player advantage once again. And now that's just going to steamroll. Jet continues to do work. Valkyrie invested in, but Jet's going to hold on to this Transcendence for the future fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you're taking the Valkyrie for the guaranteed fight win, so that's going to push you again to that 60% plus mark. And on top of that, look at the check marks of the rest of New England College, right? There's 5 online here. So this next fight is going to be very explosive as Clark Gray tries to, you know, a good fight here for Clark Gray is going to be a fight that's fast and a fight that pulls a ton of resources out from New England College because, again, I mean, this is going to be the end of the round. It's trending ever closer to that last fight for New England College as they are going up to that 70% mark in just a moment. Definitely need a big pick-off here from one of the players on Clark Gray.
Well, they've already got one ult out and managed to survive it. Here comes the second in form of Corin's Minefield. Oh, that is right in the middle of everybody, and Atlas ends up going down, weakened by the mines, finished off by Shadow Storm, but the trade is there. 5v5, still quite a few ults for them to weather the storm here if Clark Gray want to move on to this objective.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We're going to see a big pick off of his Deadeye rally. All 3 ultimates committed from the supports, but Jet denies it all with just the Transcendence.
Huge value coming out of Jet. Now self-destruct thrown in. Takes down Nyx as well, who was had just finished up or just released that rally. Now Jet comes through and finds 2 more picks. Outstanding work coming from Jet on the Zenyatta. And this overtime is going to be short-lived as Clark Gray are just petering on an attempt, you know, put every last breath on this point. In the end, their efforts will be in vain as New England College are going to pick up Busan in 2 100-0 victories.
And I mean, it's not just the fact that it's, you know, 200-0 and no points were given over. We're going to get a quick highlight from Jet, by the way, who I will touch on in just a moment. But to the point, it's not just it was 200-0. It was 200-0 with a grand total of 4 fights in the entire map. That's remarkable stuff, right, from New England College, just slowing the game down tremendously, that they deny their opposition any real position on the objective. Some great shots there from Jet as well. You know, you mentioned the DPS position that they sometimes take, but I think the Zen keeps them right at home as they clearly were, you know, putting shots downrange fairly effectively, and obviously this orb so valuable. So New England College definitely in a very strong position here after map number 1.
Well, and one could argue that the Zenyatta is a 3rd DPS in a lot of circumstances and in a lot of ways. So, yeah, Jet, absolutely, well, just taking it to him, really stepping up to the plate. And I think a lot of the 100-0 aspect in only 4 fights comes down to Clark not challenging that objective early enough. You're giving up that first control for free, and last I heard, I mean...
I suppose that is a remarkable time to hear the sentence "last I heard" as that does come through. We'll get that resolved in just a moment. Of course, one thing to highlight is, as Jeff was just saying moments ago, it is going to favor, you know, the fact that you're not taking a ton of fights. This means that you're not really forcing your opponent to make a lot of mistakes either. So it's a well done from New England College to respond. But I have to say, yeah, I agree with what Jeff was mentioning a moment earlier with the concept of Clark Gray needed to take more fights. It does need to come down to that. A little bit more aggression from them in the upcoming maps, and hopefully force New England College to just be a little bit more reactive, because as you said just before you dropped off there for a sec, as you said, yeah, New England College not really forced to make mistakes, as Clark Gray didn't really approach them in any the 4 fights. They only took 4 fights. They didn't force any more.
That's remarkable. And yeah, apologies for the tech issues. My internet's misbehaving a little bit, so you'll have to forgive that, friends. But I want to see more aggression from Clark Gray. I want to see more decisiveness, especially as we move through into more objective-based map types. We will be heading to Eichenwalde for map number 2. So they don't have to worry about moving in and taking it as much as far as in a direct challenge. Obviously, if you're on attack, like that's the point, but it kind of can be set at their own pace. They can dictate the pacing at which they want to move in and take those fights. But I still think a little bit more aggression is going to be called for.
No, I fully agree, right? The only way to win fights is by taking them, and if you're not taking them, you're not even going to make any further progress there. So, sure, there is the counterpoint where you could be losing fights, but at that point, that's a question you haven't even begun to ask. So you can't say that one is going to be an answer. So I think coming into map number 2, if you're New England College, though, recognizing that your opponent's not taking a ton of fights, I think is actually going to favor them in the long form. So, it's sort of a flip side to that coin. If you recognize your opponent's not taking a ton of fights, slow the fights down even further. Make them stagger themselves out, go for pickoff plays, and you're likely to get a little bit more value, in further engagement. So I'm interested to see how New England also, adapts as we move into map number 2.
Well, and you can get that value just by keeping your opponent off balance. And with the wrecking ball composition, the highly mobile composition that we saw from New England College there at map number 1, they are perfectly suited to do that, to go find some exit picks, to really put pressure down for long range. They can afford to get a little bit deeper when they're trying to get cleanup kills and get a little bit closer to spawn doors or push further out into the map from the attacker's side of things. New England College are in a prime position here, and if they can capitalize on that slow pace, it's going to make life really, really difficult for the Cougars at Clark University.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking to that point, though, I think that for Clark, they need to. I'd actually like to see the Orisa come out from them a little bit, right? If you're not going to take the fight anyway, put yourself in a position where that style of gameplay is going to fit the composition you're set up with, right? Overwatch is not just about the correct composition. It's also about the correct style, team identity, your risk assessment coming into engagements. All of these and more are sort of ideas you have to acclimate yourself to as players. And for Clark, if your identity is going to be a very slow, methodical team, which is fine, you just need to play a composition that I think flavors that style just a little bit more. So we'll see if they make those adaptations in map number 2 as we get set to go underway in just a moment.
Oh, and that's such an important facet. Team identity, I think, is something that often goes overlooked, and it's so important to finding success, particularly when we're talking, we're in the Emergence division. This is roughly gold. There are 1 or 2 plat players mixed into this lobby, but for the average, this is two gold teams. So having that identity is extremely important into finding success. And when you're talking about slowing things down like that, I'm thinking shades of like season 1 in YXL, where they played really slow, really methodical, but they made a style all their own and found great success. Their most successful team through the regular season of the inaugural season of Overwatch League, and I could see the double shield serving Clark Gray, very well on that. Who are going to be starting us off on the defense? They are going to don the blue jerseys here as we head into map number 2. Looks like they're pulling out double shield, but it's going to be the Celtic Pride version of it, with the Dutch Sigma coming in for the off tank, and then of course you got the German Crusader of Reinhardt and Comba.
I mean, it is Eichenwald. It is Reinhardt's home map, so it makes sense that they'll be here to bring it forward. But I would like to see that we're seeing a little bit of shades of aggression already from Combo, though, setting up for that fire strike, and if that continues into the future parts of this map, that does bode well for them. We said that was something they needed to sort of bring forward a little bit. New England College, a little bit of a different variation of I want to call this a rush comp. It's pretty slow. But trying the damage amp here for Angel onto Party, see if Cassidy can put a little bit more frontline pressure onto Clark Gray.
This is an interesting composition. I mean, it's Brawl with a Genji. Genji very good at poke, and then obviously that fantastic ultimate. And the high mobility, and deflects a fire strike directly into Peachy Pixels. What an incredible start. It was Shadow Storm just tilting this thing right on its head with a mere deflect. Oh my goodness, taking Coin's aggression and just turning it back against the rest of the team. Taking Comba's aggression. And New England College are going to be one and done here on point A.
Yeah, it's and I mean, they did take perhaps the glass half full because they took a minute off the clock by staggering out that fight. It's a tenuous grasp at the optimism, but we'll take it nonetheless. And for New England College, though, they do begin their march forward into the second phase of Eichenwald. And I think critically here is look at the ult charge difference between the Reinhardts, right? The head-to-head matchup. Coin, by virtue of not having to worry about the deflect, the fire strike applies a lot more liberally and is going to have that one online first. So Comba going to have to be quick on the spot here, try and prevent that main tank from just walking up and kind of laying down the law.
I mean, there's 2 shields for Coin to get through, but the question is, have Comba and Jabberwocky acknowledged, have they tracked this Reinhardt's progress enough? Because that is an early Earthshatter, might catch them off guard if they're not ready for it. Some early poke damage coming in from the top. Go ahead.
No, Clark is likely going to use this Dragon Strike here to just slow down the objective as they try and push through the castle, which I would like to see them do. You can see Atlas, hovering over, looking for that opportunity. The Sonic just looking for, where's the best angle to go for this Dragon Strike.
Ooh, Kama is the recipient of a solo shatter. But it's Coin who actually falls, as the rest of the team dropped off the high ground in good time to support the main tank. Shadowstorm now going to try to get things done. Gets stunned initially, but does eventually chop down the brig. Coin's back on the battlefield, and Shadowstorm has once again won it here for NEC. They're going to continue their march here through the streets.
I am filled with a mixed sense of emotion on that last fight. I do believe that was Coin doing a 360 shatter onto their opposition.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
There's a recontest available here for Clark Gray. We'll see how well they make of it. It's already combat down, though.
Oh, they spin dragons to do it, too. New England have stepped off the point momentarily. Okay, but the recontest doesn't come through. Could have been a mistake if they'd given time for the defense to emerge and actually contest Cart, but they pick up the kills and continue on into the castle.
Counterpoint, they also got the rally out of NECC, so perhaps stepping off the objective long enough to give them a false sense of hope, so they walk through, was the right play, right?
Fair.
I say that tongue-in-cheek, of course. It's not the right play, but it's funny to assume. And I mean, now Clark Gray in a bit of an awkward position. They have the Ant Matrix, they've got the Gravitic Flux, tools they can definitely work with, but look at this. New England not giving them any space to work. A big Earthshatter off the rip.
And a bigger block coming in, as Kama is able to read that one. Ant Matrix up here for the defense. Jabberwocky has a Gravitic Flux ready to go. Is going to initiate with it. I like this aggression. Is what we want to see. Finds both supports with it. The Sleep Dart misses. Valk used to try to keep that team alive, and it's not enough to save Coin. And Clark Gray are starting to push in here. Nice flash and the subsequent shot. Hardy trying to bring this back. Does get 2 with the Deadeye. Coin takes down Nyx as well. Oh, man, what an important res to get Coin back in this fight. The Nano invested onto the Reinhardt, who's now off in the corner. Kama goes down 98% to Earthshatter, and this scrappy engagement is going to favor New England in the end.
A big anti-unit as well from Jet yet again. They're not saying done. They are not going to give this one up. Nyx will come back for 1, so this might actually be New England forced to retreat, but look how much progress they've gained. And yeah, with the Deadeye elimination, I think this is going to spell the end of it. A bold attempt at a res, but Jet, the Ana player all alone, going to get isolated out. And yeah, that's at this moment, it is not much more than the pleasantries. Jet will take 1 for their trouble, though. So, I suppose that's one positive there for New England College. But I mean, even still,
it's a little nano charge.
That was still a nano charge, and on top of that, there was a fight that New England technically lost and still got the cart nearly to the end. So they're 1 fight territory away from rolling this cart through. Remarkable stuff. I will say this is a bit ill-advised as they're walking without all their players back.
I think trying to get Shadowstorm up to the rest of that Blade, if I had to guess, but the rally from Nyx certainly caused the retreat and caused New England to think twice about that decision.
Comba uses Shatter at some point, by the way, so that's on the play.
Oh, but Coin goes down. Huge kill. Now the Nano Blade comes out. Oh, Jet just got that up wicked fast. Able to slice through Nyx, slice through Lungar, looking for a third. Shadowstorm does it again, and Clark Gray still just have no answer for this Blade Shadowstorm.
Yeah, I mean, they even get the Resurrect back onto Coin for the 2nd time in a row, so the Reinhardt is back alive. Will have the Earthshatter self-destruct on top, and yeah, that's going to be the round closed out pretty quickly there for New England College. Stepping your toes there a little bit, Jeff, but we brought it back at the end. And Clark Gray, unfortunately, have to, pull out the same kind of attitude as they go back on their attack run, because 247 on Eichenwald is a pretty respectable time bank.
I would agree with that. That is a very healthy time bank indeed, and Clark Gray have their work cut out for them. They started to do some shades of the thing that we were talking about. We saw flavors of them getting a little bit more aggressive. I mean, I'm thinking, Jabberwocky with that Gravitic Flux, trying to open up that fight on point C. I liked the drop down from the bridge that we're currently looking at on your screen on point B. So there was some good things to highlight, but in the end, they just weren't able to stay on top of it. Angel Dave getting off some fantastic reses. Those early kills on a Coin are crucial, but Clark Gray aren't following up on that to push their advantage. And Angel Dave's able to bring Coin back, like you said, 2 times in a row in 2 very important fights.
And I mean, you talked about the Season 1 Overwatch League, at the top of this map, and I have to say, there's even more shades of that style trickling down into this game itself, right? It's that Coin is playing that really aggressive style and being taken out. Sure, yeah, absolutely. However, that's taking a lot of resources from Clark Gray. We saw the Shield Bash used. We saw the pin from Comba used a lot of the time. Fire Strike, oftentimes the Immortality Field, etc., etc. All these resources are taken away, and then New England College will just hit the go button once Coin is down, sending Shadowstorm in with the Dragon Blade and other impact utility, and the Resurrect for Coin is back, so it undoes it all. Clark Gray gonna have to be a little bit more efficient about that early elimination onto Coin in the latter half of this map.
Coin setting him up, Shadowstorm knocking him down. It's been the story so far of Active Vault. Clark Gray on the attack, not making much changes as far as their composition's concerned. Early purple, just massive. Jet's been outstanding in that support role. I can see why they made that swap between them and Party. Slowly but surely, Clark Gray are working their way in. They find a little bit of space to work with, but now they have the hardest part of point A to tackle.
It's slowing things down though. Is our New England College, right? They're not over aggressing into this. Langara trying to pick up an elimination, but the shields still holding strong for the moment.
Going to cause a rotation here. I think Clark Gray looking to go through that left-hand side. Have an Amp Matrix coming up soon. That one from Pitchy Pixels. Excuse me, had a frog in my throat there. Could be the way to break this defense open. Comma goes down low, able to get healed up. Amp Matrix online, ready to go. But there's a Nano Coin running right at him, who now has Shatter ready to go. Already hammers down 2. Make that a third pickup, as Coin was the one to initiate this fight. Tired of waiting around, New England College take the fight themselves.
Yeah, it was a bit of a dance between the two squads. Never really truly taking the first fight, right? Just the setup phase the entire time, and then all of a sudden, this is sort of a mirror of how that first round went on Busan, right? Wait for those first support ultimates. This time, though, the Nano Boost provides a little bit more value. Jet comes in with the initiation onto Coin, and Peachy Pixels can't really respond in time with the Amp Matrix. So New England used one. Eyes on Coin. They know the Shatter's online. When a Rhino swing with an Nano Boost, they're going to have it. We'll see how well they can block it, and the answer is they can't. Everyone down.
That was nasty. I felt that in my soul, Lafon. Oh my goodness.
That was remarkable stuff. That was really, really nice from New England College. There was no setup for it either, right? Just walk it forward, see Clark Gray's looking the wrong way, and lay it down, and that's just the fight over before it even begins. So great stuff there from New England. That's one ult that will win a fight out, and they get the Amp Matrix from Peachy Pixels as well. So Clark Gray having a lot of ground to make up here.
And they've got to find an answer for this blade that is about to come out. Jet is very close to the Nano to enhance it. Big bio-nades like that keep pouring through. They're going to have it in no time. Nano ready to go, but the Shatter comes through. Coin goes down. Shadowstorm and Jet affected as well. If they could get Jet with his dragons, but no. Jet is elusive, and everybody from New England College back up. Now the re-engage coming through as the blade is drawn out. Nano invested as well, but it's Langara who's able to counterpunch back. Kills going for both squads. Rez comes in. This one onto Party. Get some extra punching power back in for the defense of New England. They've staved off Clark for now, but there could be an opportunity for an attack here shortly.
Oh, but they're resetting. Oh, this is not good. Atlas was caught off on islands. There wasn't really a way for the Hanzo to get back. I think they were trying to avoid getting staggered, but they may have been in a power position, actually. And Atlas is going to switch over to the Junkrat here. New England College has been allowed to full reset now, Bulls. That's an awkward position to be in because Clark Gray, his last 45 seconds on the clock, and, yes, they have some tools to work with, but this needs to be the fight they win.
This is definitely their best chance, and that rally's going to go a long way. Coming out of NECC now. Gravitic Flux over the top. All but 2 able to get away from it. The heals are there. Nice pin onto Coin. Oh, ends up getting Shadowstorm with that as well. Coin falls, heals gone. And Clark Gray might have just done it. They used the rally and the Gravitic Flux to great effect and are getting this cart rolling finally.
Yeah, it's good to see the cart moving forward. So it's still, the map's still very much alive. And while there is momentum, there is hope, as they say. Clark Gray going to try and move through Castle now. I would like to see, aggressive push-up from them. Good to see that, Jabberwocky taking space. It's what you like to see. Obviously, the DPS from Langara, but another big anti-nade into the back line. And I don't know that they can get through without being unharmed here.
No, and Coin is going to get an early pick and has that Earth Shatter. This one does get blocked. And a nice sleep there. Pin, though, and Kama goes down. Coin has been absolutely winning this head-to-head of the Reinhardts time and time again, and it's doing superb work for New England.
Yeah, a bit of a meat grinder of a hallway there, isn't it? We saw
Yeah.
the pin, then the counter pin, and hey, we get some good sportsmanship in the chat there as Coin comes in and says, "Yeah, nice block, recognizing game from the opposite Reinhardt." So they are definitely playing, the head-to-head matchup may be favored one way, but clearly the sportsmanship is bi-directional. Now, New England College, again, have the high ground control, and Clark Gray trying to force them off with this Riptire.
Gonna circumvent the Diva, looking for something a little bit more squishy up top. Can't find really anything. There's Coin, though! Oh, Coin stuck their nose out at just the wrong time, and Atlas is gonna take advantage of that one. Clark Gray have to push on this, though. They can't deny res. Coin's back on the battlefield. Now, the Shatter did come through, and a couple kills on the back of it, so Ana is out of there. Angel Day's Valk is about to fade. Not a whole lot of sustain left here for New England College, and Clark Gray win themselves another fight.
Coin will take down Kama, but I don't know that that's enough on the retreat. Oh, the Deadeye, though, from on high is going to find a one. They're right back in it.
That could have been a lot worse, but we have Coin still up. They're still winning this. The Shatter insta-kills Langara. Is starting to hammer down more. Jabberwocky Purple, just no reprieve, no escape. And Coin gets a nano boost just to clean this thing out. We do get a nice little pin. Combo wanting some revenge, that head-to-head on the Reinhardt. It's much a mental game as anything else, but Coin still winning the day here for New England.
And Angel Day, though, speaking of days, is going to be the one going a little bit wild on the movement there as the Mercy stays alive, goes down weak, but does not get taken out. So New England College do not have any players eliminated from this engagement. So we're going to have a true 6v6 head-to-head in this final fight of the second phase, one way or another. 17 seconds left. It needs to be good here for Clark Gray.
And I like that rotation. Good approach to start things off, switching things up. Ant Matrix is a little far back, but they're able to push Coin past it and find that kill as soon as they step beyond that threshold. Atlas with another tire. Had good success with the first one. A big one here. Might just be point B. It's going to pick up Jet. That's the next priority pick you could get. Main tank down, as well as the Auto. Kama throws down a Shatter into the back line. There goes Shadow Storm. That was mid-blade. The blade is now gone. For the first time, they're able to deal with that great ultimate. And Clark Gray really starting to put things together here in this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Coin now, softly retreating as they don't have any chance of taking this 1v6. Stay on the cart, please, Clark Gray. We don't want to see any last-moment effects. Nice block there from Kamba. And that's going to be the tank down, taken out here as Clark Gray continues their march forward.
Oh, I like that little counter charge as well. It was NECC who actually shield bashed to counter the Reinped. Allowed for that kill to open up, which is giving him a chance here, but the DPS in New England College are starting to bring this back, and Coin is back on the battlefield. Time and time again, Angel Dayer is getting away with these miraculous reses, and it might just be map winning here for New England College. Combo trying to bring this thing back, looking to chase him down, has Zero Shadow, that's going to take down two. Angel Day, the only surviving member, and Clark Gray survived by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, that was, definitely heart in your throat kind of situation there for Clark Gray and their fans alike, as that was down to the final moments. And a reminder, overtime ticks away so very rapidly in those situations, so it's good that they had the presence of mind to stay on the objective even all the way through. Now we're going to see some swaps coming in, though. Clark Gray moving for those mobility, nano boost onto Coin. They want to stop this third point right here.
Trying to hold this corner and just keep pressure down. I mean, Coin is forcing back the entirety of the team. Even a pick on the Langara as well. So one player advantage here for New England, and a huge Bionade in the back forces out the Immortality field. Now there's nothing to block these Dragons. They're all caught in this tiny room, LaFawn. This is disastrous. Now Coin free to move in and clean up whatever's left.
And I mean, now we have to kind of face the real truth here in that the last 30 seconds, it means that the objective will not be captured with time remaining, and that means that there will be no attempt at a second attack for Clark Gray at this point. The best they can go for right now is a draw. We will get back into the action as swiftly as we can. Obviously, there are some tech difficulties, so once those resolve, we'll be to the action once again. But highlight to New England College has been, we talked at the top of EV map number 2. We talked at the beginning of Eichenwald about how, Clark Gray wasn't taking a ton of fights, and how New England College, if Clark Gray sort of had that adaptation, came through with those more frequent assaults onto the front line, how can they respond in kind? And I think for New England College, they've done exactly what we've kind of suggested they should, and that is extend those late fights, just force things to be a little bit more chaotic, force mistakes, from Clark Gray, and as a result, they're now sitting in this a winning position. Honestly, in the third phase of Viking World.
And are coming up on a couple of good key ultimates. Jet has been truly outstanding in the support role, and really enabling Coin to win a lot of these frontline matchups against Comba. Of course, you have the unfortunate DC we're seeing on your screen, which I honestly didn't see how close Jabberwocky was to Gravitic Flux, but I don't recall seeing that in the previous fight or two. So I'm having to guess that they were pretty darn close, if not had it online. So that is just unfortunate. But New England College, nevertheless, have been controlling and certainly setting this pace nicely.
It is true. I mean, I suppose to reference that Jet play, they've really been quite lethal from the back line, right? Perhaps channeling the DPS tendencies, but on the support role. And I have to say, even with that, the balancing game they've been doing with the damage and support has been impressive. So definitely a highlight player so far in this match, and we'll see if they can continue. But we are back underway here. Jabberwocky will reset their progress. And speaking of reset the progress, the cart is moving back to the second start of this third phase. And I mean, Clark Gray need to be really quick here with their approach.
Yep, less opportunity. They need to win every fight from here on out, even just to enable that draw. It's going to be the Ant Matrix, but it's really far forward. Not getting a whole lot of value out of that one as Coin can just hug the corner. Now the rally is up. 2 support ults and no kills on the back of it just yet. There we go. Jabberwocky lands a nice creation. Rocks Coin to the core. They have to deny the res, though. Valk out from Angel Day. Coin gets back on their feet. They're going to have that Earth Shatter. It looks like they do a good job of protecting it this time, and it's just going to be a natural respawn. So the cart's going to drift around this last corner. Tire out from Athelas, looking to seal the deal and try to push this into this final phase.
Oh, it gets taken out. A great shot, but the Earth Shatter from Combos gets value. Takes Milan out of the mech.
Oh, but the nano boost onto Coin for the defense, and that Shatter's going to land onto 4. Bionate into the mix as well, and this one is done and dusted. It's Jet and Coin again, combining for a big fight win. This one a map winner. New England College taking Eichenwald to 3-2, moving up to match point.
Very well done there by New England College in the final moments. They had the resources they needed to make sure that worked, and don't overstay their welcome, when they lose a player, as they, resolve to set that last fight in the final moments and get through remarkably well. We're going to get a highlight here from Coin, as this is the 6-player Shatter. Oh, boy. Yep.
Yeah, it was just the timing of the Ant Matrix read perfectly. Coin knew that a Fire Strike was going to be coming. The moment that Ant Matrix came out, your first instinct as a Reinhardt is to try to get that 200 hit point Fire Strike, called a Wind Scar in some circles. I love that name. It's a fun little anime reference, but it's insta-kills, and he's squishy back there. So you know that's what Combo was looking for. Coin lands that Shatter, just a pixel-perfect timing.
I mean, that's part of the mental game for the Reinhardt. And now we have to get, as we get into map number 3, I feel like New England College has their feet under them. Really, the confidence is starting to flow. And, again, this is a team that's hunting for that first victory, looking for, the momentum shift in this part of the season. So excited to see if they can turn this one into a guaranteed victory with another map win here in map number 3. Certainly would be exciting for them.
Do believe we are going to take a quick intermission before we head into that map. Give our players a chance to kind of regroup, form a game plan for Rialto. It's going to be Escort next. We'll see you there in a minute. New England College up 2-0 at the half as we head into our escort map. But Clark Clay making some good adjustments and showing us some good signs of life, LaFon.
They are. Actually, that's something that's really impressive for me about Clark is that, as we've kind of rotated through the maps they've made, those key adaptations, I think, have made this more competitive. It's something that I think even maybe even a year ago, we would not have even been really saying about about teams like Clark. But I'm really impressed with the fact that they approached the issue that was kind of plaguing them in the previous map and made serious strides to fix it. Now, the question is, can they continue that growth into map number 3 to perhaps bring one back for themselves? But overall, definitely impressive stuff here from Clark Gray, even as they're down 0-2.
And Clark Gray just still searching for that first map win. And it's going to be a different beast heading into map number 3. We are going to Rialto. So a little bit different setup. In fact, quite a different setup from Eichenwalde, where you have a lot more sight lines. And Double Shield is seen quite a bit on this map. Also room for a little bit more of that Wrecking Ball composition that we saw out of New England College early on. So a lot of different choices available to these teams. We can theory craft for so long. It's just going to have to wait that 13 seconds as we get a beautiful look here at the rivers of Italy.
So peaceful and quiet. It's about to be destroyed in about 30 seconds or so, but
calm before the storm, my friend.
We can appreciate it for the short period that we have it. Man, do you ever think that there are people living in these buildings and that like Overwatch kind of comes down and just sort of, you know what I mean?
Just unleashes a full brawl in the streets.
Yeah.
People are like, I'm just trying to go get groceries. What are you doing? Well, we can talk about this defense now, and they're definitely looks like they're going to stick with this. NECC back on the brick. We were talking about kind of during our brick was doing a really good job at kind of marking Coin, and trying to limit the effectiveness that Coin was having on the Reinhardt.
Peep this too, by the way, setting up really aggressively, going for that close hold. Something that you like to see, and making that crouch walk. Unfortunately, Jabberwocky, the D.Va, can't crouch. That's a very clanky mech, but the rest of the team going to walk up slowly and catch the rotation. They get a couple of people trapped in spawn, too.
Trying to punish this highly mobile comp. Oh, but NECC gets taken down early. Another good headshot coming out of party. And Clark Gray can't swing out too far. They're going to be right in the sight lines of Shadow Storm with combo going down. This close hold, it was a good idea, and they'll have a chance for another defense, but it didn't last long.
It does take some time off the clock, and as you highlighted, they will get a second defense here on this first point. So, it's not ideal that they were taken out as quickly as they were, but there's still an opportunity for the reset. Obviously, New England College. The one thing to say, though, is that they can deny this re-aggression. I would like to keep an eye out on Coin, especially, because that bridge is extremely lethal if the Wrecking Ball gets through in the right angle, and we'll see if any environmental kills come through. They're trying their best.
They were certainly looking for it. Into the backline they go. Coin doing a good job of not falling off. Pops a huge adaptive shield. That got 5 players in over 1,000 health. But Coin still retreats out of there. Didn't want to stick around, overstay their welcome. Jett continues to pop off from the backline. This time picking up Atlas and giving an early advantage. Shadow Storm. Oh, just shot combo right in the back. Doing them dirty, Shadow Storm. Early kills coming through, and New England College going to walk this thing in.
And, I mean, the first point is going to roll through here. I mean, one thing there for New England College is they're playing their composition correctly. And that's honestly not something we see very frequently with this Wrecking Ball. This Wrecking Ball composition has a lot of opportunities to be exploited pretty easily, right? If the Wrecking Ball's engagement's a little too fast or a little too slow, the rest of the team is not ready for the setup, and you kind of come through, you lose your positioning with the hit scan, or the D.Va gets isolated. All these and more are things you have to worry about, but New England College doing a great job of preventing those issues as they continue through the second phase here. As getting back to the payload is Jett, and they continue to move forward.
I mean, particularly with this weak backline, there could be some vulnerabilities to this composition if Clark Gray chose to jump on the Zenyatta in particular. But New England doing a great job. Good pile drive there. Up top is Clark Gray take this classic high ground hold. Atlas gets taken out of the Deadeye. Some beautiful shooting once again from Jett. Jabberwocky is going to go and use that self-destruct just to try to keep him in this game. Actually manages to find not only Angel Day, but forces Coin into the river. The Hail Mary makes connection, finds purchase for Clark Gray, and they're going to claw their way back into this thing.
I mean, that is a hero play by Jabberwocky if I ever saw one, right? Obviously, the play was just to get the remake there with the self-destruct to keep them in the fight, but hey, they don't ask you how they happen, just that they do happen, and there, Jabberwocky makes the most of it. Now Clark Gray are going to have to get a chance, or rather are going to get the chance to set up this aggressive high ground. And another big pickoff there. Angel Day gets caught out with a well-timed right click by Lungara. And New England College are going to have to reset here, I think.
Yeah, I was kind of confused that Coin was continuing to go in, but we're just looking for a little bit of extra ult charge. This is still screaming back in and trying to do the same thing, but I think these are just some soft engagements. They're not committing hard yet.
Nice play by NECC there too, just to prevent Coin from going in that aggressively. Shield bash and the whip shot as well, as the Brig player continues to just be a threat and a nuisance to the main tank of the opposition.
And now has Rally online and ready to go. There it is again, just focusing down, doing a great job of marking Coin, whatever hero they're on. Mines do come out as a dying wish, and they're going to take down Jabberwocky. One tank absent from both sides. Angel Day might be able to get Coin up with the Minefield protecting him, but Combo holding great position forward. I like that. It's protecting the body, not allowing that res, so the res is going to be used in the backline onto Shadow Storm. Still missing a main tank. New England College are trying to push their way forward. Clark Gray are stubbornly hoarding this. It's going to be a Transcendence to try to initiate this next fight, but there's not enough damage on the back of it. Jet just not getting as much value as I think you'd like to see out of a Transcendence, and Clark Gray doing a good job of holding this corner.
Yeah, but I think the problem is now this has slowly started to inch back to Clark Gray's HP being ridiculously low, but there is going to be the rally as the self-destruct goes in the back line, and now New England College still find the pickoff.
Oh, no.
That's NECC down.
How does that happen? Nix was looking at it and just turned at the wrong moment, thinking that the cart was going to protect him. A toenail sticking out from around the cart was all it took, and the snowball falls in New England's favor. Again, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. That methodical fight is going to favor this New England team, and they continue to pick apart the defense.
That's still decent stall, though, and I actually do believe there is a possibility for a second contest here for Clark Gray. As long as Nix can stay alive, there's the whip shot to just tell Coin back up a little bit, get a little bit of space. Clark Gray, speaking of space, are giving up a lot of their own, and this might actually be New England College just rolling this one in.
And I would have liked to see them try to re-engage, particularly with that Blizzard online, but they have to give it up. Once Combo went down, now Lungara hit the deck as well. So that's 2 points on the board here for New England. They do drop some mines, but plenty else to work with.
This is the case. I will say, though, now that you're getting into the close quarters phase of Rialto, that the Blizzard can be very effective at shutting things down, freezing them out, if you'll pardon the pun. Coin definitely trying to be a bit of a threat, but again, NECC just making sure the Wrecking Ball can't be too aggressive.
Shatter got 3, self-destruct going to the back. Transcendence comes out early. This is a good recipe. This is exactly what Lungar wants to see, but the Blizzard gets eaten. That is not what you wanted. Nyland saving the day for their squad, eating that important Blizzard, knowing that they had no other recourse, no other way to counter it. And New England College doing a wonderful job of surviving this ult.
New England College are also not being forced to take the fights in the indoor position. Clark Gray, that they're more close quarters, cleave-based combat, are taking this fight out in the open, and New England are kiting very well. And I mean, NECC, they're trying the best, but the Wrecking Ball is going to have a little bit more space to work with here. And this rally needs to be up awful quick if they want a chance to contest this final payload.
Especially with the mines and self-destruct coming out. Nice move from Combo, able to get that shield up just in the nick of time to protect the Diva. But nobody touches the cart. It just drifts in. Combo, was holding it down, ends up falling, and the Diva was too far away to rotate in and make that touch. So another healthy time bank here for New England.
I mean, this is sort of honestly a decent scenario for both squads, right? A rare case where this is true. 151 is obviously a fantastic time bank on Rialto offense for all 3 phases, but I think for Clark Gray, they've also been trending upwards as they've kind of gone on, right? A longer time bank, obviously an Eichenwald that they weren't able to defend against, right? So here they bring it down to 1:51, so still very much a chance for them. It obviously all depends rather on their offensive side, as they do need to complete the map, but overall, clearly a team that's been improving as the series has gone on.
I thought they had that fight with the Blizzard. They did everything right, and Nayland just robs them of that. She did a fantastic job, and without that eat, I don't think New England College have this healthy of a time bank, if one at all. That was certainly a turning point for me, and just a fantastic awareness coming out of Nayland on the Diva.
True. And I mean, even to the thing that gives the opportunity for that eat to happen, though, is good heads-up play by New England College, right? Clark Gray recognize the fact that they need to kind of win a fight, and they try and take a fight out in the open, as I touched on a little bit earlier. And New England College allows that to happen to put themselves in a winning position. So again, good, remarkable, adaptation as they go through. Adaptation not going to be found on the defense, or rather New England College composition as they continue with the one that they started off with. As Clark Gray, though, are going to bring things up a little bit differently as there is a Pharah in play here for Lungara.
Shadowstorm recognized it immediately, though. Yeah, both combined with Party are able to clip the wings of Lungara.
I'd also like to highlight that was a Discord orb and the damage boost. So 4 players shooting at one.
And Lungara immediately going, nope, the fire is not going to work, and that is a good call. Take it to the ground. What are you going to decide on? It's going to be the Cassidy pulling out into the fight. Coin doing some little pre-fight poking here in the back, but this fight's not really going to break out until it hits this corner.
Still, that's time taken off the clock, right? And Coin still hasn't been punished as they're going to go for a flashbang on to the Wrecking Ball. Cassidy trying to step a little bit edgewise. Atlas also has the Tactical Visor online here, so this could be devastating to get this DMAT.
And they succeed! No defense matrix on the battlefield. Oh, you can't die to the Buddy Blaster. Oh, Neela coming through with some revenge. Now the roll through. I'm surprised the mines didn't come out in that backfield there. They are trying to protect that corner. All right, Atlas back on their feet. Has to worry about this sniper from Shadowstorm who pops him right in the dome, right between the eyes. The moment the tac visor comes out, Shadowstorm just the nightmare of Atlas right now.
Oh, and now Jet on the flank, too. This is really bold by the Zen, but you know what? You aren't being punished, so at that point, it's just aggression, not feeding. Deadeye in play. Party will take down one, and this fight is done and dusted as the cleanup comes through. I mean, Jeff, at this point, you're looking at this and trying for a hero play. They do force a Transcendence out with that Resurrect, so Clark Gray getting a little bit lucky, perhaps.
You take that. I mean, and Clark Gray have some good ultimates coming up online. I'm looking at that Gravitic Flux where the Transcendence would have been ideal. So perhaps an opening here for them to take this point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a case of like, I think this is where you kind of want an alt dump to kind of go through. It's rare that I say that is a proper choice, but considering that you have to complete the map, getting, using the Earth Shatter aggressively here, I think is smart on a player, 2 players max. Make sure you get the, Make sure you get the elimination, though, here for combo, because this is absolutely a necessary elimination or necessary ultimate to convert on for Clark.
Pitcher Pixels going back over to the Brig. I was wondering why Nyx went off the Brig in the first place. We were doing such a good job, but alas, Nyx does have this Ant Matrix. Mines are out, as is that Ant Matrix, but nobody's going to get a chance to use it because of the self-destruct in. Early picks from Jet and Shadowstorm as well. And another one fight, and one that Jabberwocky invested that Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, and I mean, they invest quite a bit, if it has to be admitted, because they also use the amplification matrix as well. And I suppose New England College responds in kind. The thing is, though, is that time is not Clark Gray's friend, and New England knows that, recognizes that. So, forcing impromptu fights is a good thing for the defense here, as it's now all down to the Deadeye and the Earth Shatter to close things out here, because last 40 seconds for Clark Gray on their offense in this series, perhaps, Jeff, and might have to add, as we are down now to the fight being engaged. Coin going into the backline.
Jabberwocky's shield goes past, and Shadowstorm just looking to end this right here. Ooh, almost got Nyx's head. Ends up being a body shot, fortunately for Nyx, who has gone back over to the Brig. Swapping roles there with Pixel, or Peachy Pixels, that is. Atlas on the high ground, but no DMEC first, so the defense matrix is there, and Atlas just scrambling down low, trying to find any value with this, but there's none to be found. Earthshatter was used in that engagement as well, but it's Atlas who falls. Clark Gray have invested, and the final ult comes out, still no kills, and life is about to get really difficult with coins, mines everywhere. Clark Gray are scrambling and just cannot find an answer to crack open this defense.
And I mean, Jet is just playing with fire and still looking all the better for it, as that's going to be the Deadeye to close things out. We are in overtime. The eliminations are coming through, and that is going to be Clark Gray being shut down, shut out, and New England College will take victory here, 3-0, as they shut down Rialto, 3-0.
The stars have aligned here for the Pilgrims out of New England, and put on a great performance. A well-earned and hard-earned first victory for them on the season. Clark Gray will fall to 0-5 according to our records, at least the information we have on hand. I mean, there's some good signs of life there. I mean, you're Jabberwocky with a big hero play that we saw on point B. And there's potential. I see a lot of potential in this squad, but they just need to shore up a couple of mistakes to try to find that first win. New England looked fantastic. They made adjustments from the last time we saw them here on stream. Jet was performing out of their minds in that support role, be it the Zenyatta or the Ana, and really enabling Coin on that front line to dominate that head-to-head matchup against the opposing Reinhardt.
I mean, Jet was Jet was the most aggressive player in this lobby, even with Coin being in contestation. So to highlight that, the support player who played Zen and Ana was the most aggressive. We saw in that final play at the very end there, Jet strafing into the line of sight of the Deadeye for a 5-orb before quickly ducking out, staying alive too. So the level of pressure that the Flex support was able to put onto their opposition was tremendous, and in no small part a reason for New England's victory here.
That's a fine line, and Jet just danced it perfectly. And New England are rewarded. A huge dub, and they take the clean 3-0. It's going to put an end to that series, and we're going to continue moving forward. We've got one last match coming up at you. We're going to take a short little break, get it set up, and when we return, we're headed to the Champions Division, where we've got California State University, Dominguez Hills, taking on Redbird Academy. We'll see you back here in a few. Appreciate your patience once again through that extended break, but this match should be worth the wait. We are headed to Champions Division here coming up. So we got California State University, Dominguez Hills taking on Redbird Academy.
I'm gonna have to let these players know that I already have gray hair. I don't need more of it as we get set to get underway here. I mean, you can even
give me both, LaFon.
You can see it. Like it's not the reflection of the light on my hair. That's just the color of my hair. But no, we get to the game itself as we get set to go through. And I mean, interesting, this match is a little bit on the line in terms of records as we get set to go here. Both these teams, I mean, ideally hunting for that playoff position. There's that. The Toros are 3-3, right? California State University, Dominguez Hills. We're going to shorten that, don't you worry. Of course, facing up against Redbird Academy out of Illinois State University. So, as I mentioned moments ago, this is a match with some placement on the line.
Very similar records between the two as well. Redbird Academy coming in 3-2. They do have a match that they need to make up because we are in week 7. So those of you doing your math at home realize they've only played 5 games. That match is against Kansas. And that's an opponent that the Toros lost to and aided to their 3-3 record they currently sit at. Both these teams right in that 4th and 5th place mark. So a win here is a big statement towards pushing up to that top echelon of the Champions Yellow Division, or Cyan Division, excuse me.
Yeah, and I mean, for Redbird Academy, a win here over the Toros actually keeps their record in hand and in their control, right? Obviously, we're talking about that Kansas City game because it's Kansas Esports, because that team already played against the Toros and beat them. If Redbirds wins out here tonight, then obviously we have to talk about the fact that now you have to beat Kansas, and then all of a sudden you've leapfrogged, a placement or 2. So that kind of comes into the play. If the Toros can take the victory here tonight, though, then there is that relevant conversation about now, you're evened up in the scoreline yet again, no matter what happens with that game tomorrow. So very much, still a case of record being in control of each team. A victory here definitely gives you a little bit more breathing room, as it will, towards the end of the playoffs.
And let's take a look and see where this important matchup will take place today as we take a look at our fixed map pool for the week. Starting things off on Busan, a wonderful map pool in general, including some of my favorite maps in all of Overwatch. But let's narrow it down, zoom in on this first one, because Busan is going to be very telling, I think, for the rest of the series.
Best map in the game, just first of all, if we're going to get the takes about what maps are out there, out and done with, and I'll stand by that. Yeah, Busan really good. But we're going to start off on downtown, right? On stage number 1, pardon me. And, you know, we've talked about this throughout the night. Obviously, the strategic depth of Busan, what you can kind of expect in terms of styles. But for those of you joining us for the first time, we obviously expect to see a little bit more of that mobility composition from these squads, right? Wrecking Ball, so very powerful here on, especially downtown. And then even as we move forward into the series, perhaps into Mecha Base or into Sanctuary, a little bit more of the, the Reinhardt might come to play a little bit as well. But for the moment, we're seeing these two teams hover on the dive composition.
And I do want to highlight 3D Hizzy, who is on the Tracer right now. Did not see them play last week in their loss, in a heartbreaking 5-map loss against Ottawa. So the 3D Hizzy, one of the OGs of the squad, has been around since they were in the Challengers division. They won that division back in spring of 2021 and is still with this team. A former captain, helped lead him to a grand finals in the Champions division back in fall. Now here looking to have a repeat performance and see if they can kind of bolster their way up through the ranks. Coming in this first fight, going to take place in the theater.
Yeah, near mirror composition is the only difference, the Sombra versus the Tracer. Obviously, that means that Redbird will have the win condition established with the EMP, whereas the Toros, obviously a little bit more punching power in the mid-fight, the neutral, if you will. The Hack will go on Maelstrom, make the main tank a little bit more vulnerable, but the Toros kite for the moment and just keep themselves alive.
And are happy to do so. They've got the point at their back, so kiting away from this is not too bad. As we see Big trying to use that amp, but how to use it to heal up, can't use it to close the gap, and now a Coalescence coming out is going to turn the tide of this first fight. It forces the sound barrier. Oh, but the Coalescence from the other side, and Redbird Academy trying to fight their way back, but those two support ultimates not enough to bring them back in this fight because 3D Hizzy's taken over on the Tracer.
And I'd like to highlight something incredibly critical. The Toros actually just played that line perfectly, dancing on a knife's edge. Sam had the EMP towards the tail end of that fight, but the Toros, despite committing the sound barrier, which, as we mentioned, or as everyone should know, gets stripped with the EMP, despite that being committed, the Toros won the fight so quickly that they didn't have to dodge that coming in. That means, though, that Redbird Academy now has no worry about a counterplay in the EMP Death Blossom setup. Though the Pulse Bomb is going to be used early, it's going to go wide. The Toros now have to play quick on the recovery.
Trying to take the high ground to do so. At the very least, run Redbird off of it. Both teams kind of drop back to their respective corners and size up when they're going to choose to attack. Sam over the top. That's a 6-player EMP. Everybody in, but Sam goes down. Death Blossom out from Paquette, though. Into the back line is going to assist with no supports left. Standing for the Toros. Maelstrom's going to go ahead and invest his primal range just to try to buy as much percentage as possible.
We saw a little highlight of a play there from the Toros. Wickedtrix tries to use a self-destruct as a defensive ability. Actually, that being said, the recovery might be in time now for the Toros. They keep one alive. Danny goes down, but, I mean, this needs to be a lot cleaner from Redbird.
Yeah, they did not clean up that fight nearly fast enough. Finally, they're able to get on top of it and get that flip, but not before the Toros get 77%.
Yeah, that's a really strong fight. Oh, that's a little unfortunate, though. Maelstrom will go down. Overstayed their welcome just a tad at the very end. And that's going to delay the Toros a little bit. That being said, I mean, it's still a fight away from completing the round now for the team in blue. Redbird going to have to be really effective with this self-destruct, and Big going to have to play real quickly. That's a good start, though, from the Optane.
Not only the 8, but the kill on the Mora as well. And nevertheless, Toro's still trying to push in. And now using the Coalescence, despite being at a 2-player deficit. Are able to get 1 gig 2, equal it back. Toro's fighting back from a 4v6. Courtesy of a great Coalescence from Night Fury, another OG of this squad, and they claw their way back into this thing, and now they've retaken the point.
And Redbird Academy now is on a knife's edge in terms of the retake. They will have the EMP, so they do have something to kind of bring it back, but this time around, Peep It, Cheshire Cat is at the ready with the sound barrier, so there should be recovery attempt in time. Keep an eye out, of course, on Sam. See if this EMP can be just as big as the first, because they'll need it for this final fight.
Looks like they're going to try to just go for the tanks. And they were looking for the supports, but decided to go ahead and pop it, picking up 2. Maelstrom will fall. Death Blossom on hand here to try to win this fight for Baguette. Worked pretty well the first time. May not even need it this time. Another great eat from Main on the Diva. And no, looks like Death Blossom not necessary. Coalescence used to close it out. I'm surprised they even used that one, honestly.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay from the sound barrier meant that Maelstrom was not able to survive the EMP. So without the main tank, they just don't have any real focal point for the damage mitigation. Obviously, the pulse bombs have gone wide throughout this entire game, and rather than wide, have actually been denied entirely. We'll see if the self-destruct can find anything. Wicked Tricks keeping an eye out for that bubble.
The bubble has been used, and Baguette falls, holding Death Blossom in their pocket. Now Coalescence coming back in from Night Fury to try to push on at this point. Maelstrom hacked up, won't be able to use that Primal for at least the moment. But Redbird Academy, this is a fight they must win, and they are losing players left and right. Toros have now managed to dispatch both of their supports. They're flipping this thing over, and it's only a matter of time before they take this first sub-map.
Baguette will get to the objective. It'll be the overtime. There'll be the Death Blossom, but I mean, the bubble will contain it. The lifesteal will be denied, and Danny in the back line will do one better, as that's going to be the first pulse bomb elimination, but the Taros will make it count, as this first round will go over to them 100-85 as they pull this one back. Really well done here for the opening gambit for the Taros.
I mean, if you're going to get one pulse bomb kill throughout the entire map, have it be on the Sombra, who's 95% to EMP in a final fight situation. So, hey, coming through when it counts, 3D Hizzy, proving us once again why they're so well known for this Tracer.
That's impressive stuff, and I really like the adaptation from the Winston, from Maelstrom specifically, I should highlight, because, while being a little aggressive, while taking that space, and has been punished a couple of times for it, still trusts the team in those last moments not to overcommit to the fight. The Primal Rage, yes, they were hacked up, but as soon as the hack goes out, sometimes there's that urge to kind of just use it immediately, holds it down, and that's a mark of a team that trusts each other. So I'm interested to see how that recovers and plays into this next one where we're going to the brawl composition, a team that, or a style that really depends on trusting your team in the mid-fight.
And discipline. Something else that's pretty indicative of, to me, is the discipline of the Toros, and the brawl certainly requires it. Some trust as the takes go in from Redbird Academy. Immortality Field forced out early. Going to be a DMAC coming through onto Wicked Tricks, the first victim. Immortality is used for both sides. Cooldown's kind of expended, and both of our teams taking a breath here.
Back to the point again for the Taros as they get to the objective first. They're trying to get first capture, but I think this one will not favor them nearly as quickly. Ant Matrix in response as Night Fury gets taken down.
They do get that capture, though, so even if they lose this fight, they're building percentage through a losing fight. And both tank standings, and with that Ant Matrix up from Redbird, they certainly have an edge here. Trying to bring it back was 3D, but nah, Sam shuts that down with a beautiful Icicle.
And this is going to be about 20% gain for... you know what? This could actually tick over 26%, or 25%, pardon me. So a quarter of the way you require for the Toros to complete this map. And in fact, it's going to be the 26% I thought earlier. As long as there's no stagger here for the Taros, they're in good position. You can see the recovery from the remaining team. Keep an eye out on Sam, though. Where the EMP wasn't able to find purchase, the Blizzard needs to, this time around, have it online, have the choke on lock, and they'll go for it.
Nope, throws it right into the DM. Wicked Tricks was all over that. Saw it coming a mile away, and now Redbird Academy are looking a little worse for wear. They do find that kill on a Maelstrom and a big shatter, able to open that thing up. Now another Amp Matrix, big, second in a row. Ult's coming in left and right as we're seeing a Deadeye invested as well, but Redbird Academy do win the fight on the back of it.
The good recovery here from Redbird, though, is in terms of their aggression, right? After a round as haphazard as the first one was, sometimes there's that element to just try and play it safe. There, no such thing. And the Redbird Academy makes sure to run it down. Maelstrom's shield gets broken, the Shadow gets committed. Now, walking back to the objective, though, it is the Toros taking position, and they'll retreat for the moment.
Yeah, trying to find an opening for this Blizzard of their own. There's the wall up. Anticipate the Blizzard to come in after it. No, Danny waits too long to pull the trigger on it, and Sam clocks him right between the eyes. Now the Toros are wondering how they're going to break through this. Okay, the Ant Matrix is the next option. At least forces Redbird back away from the choke, and the Toros emerge, but they didn't count on the Maywall. Nova does eventually go down as... Oh, the Deadeye bringing that back, overcoming the great Maywall as Sam. Big and Crimson now throw it in ultimates. Well, it's the sound barrier a little bit later. Redbird Academy building up percentage, but they just keep backing up. I feel like they're more and more just rolling backwards on this defense. Wait for Nova to return. Has a shatter coming up online. Danny gets this Blizzard off that time, though.
Yeah, that actually Shadow goes wide, so remarkably only lands onto the counter Reinhardt, and this time Main is going to be DMAC before they can get to the objective, so no contest to the overtime, but that's still 90% gained here for Redbird Academy, and they're in decent position on the re-engagement. They'll have to fight through the Ant Matrix and Deadeye, sure, but they do have the punching power they require, and if they break the shield with a Deadeye of their own, Nova is going to be quick on the response with the Earth Shatter, so all eyes here on the Reinhardt head-to-head.
Nice speed around the outside. Get some room for Redbird to work. Wall is up, and Redbird going to push up to the bridge. Nova waiting, knows that Reinhardt is there, keeping shield to shield, trying to protect Baguette, who now has an Ant Matrix and puts this Deadeye through. Still, the defense matrix is there. Shatter comes down on a cool little angle, but 3D Hizzy denies any follow-up. Finding two with that Deadeye of their own and sitting across the way completely unchecked. Trying to pepper down big if they can get the second support, because the Crimson's already gone on the Lucio. Now the Baptista's dead as well. Redbird have lost their staying power.
That being said, this is still a fight that I think Redbird is okay with. Not only do they deny more percentage gained for the Toros, they get to that overtime marker and they're not done yet. They don't get any further ultimates out, but ultimately, you know, a fight that you lose, that's fine for you. And now, I mean, the Redbird Academy, the big concern, of course, is not the fact that they're in final fight territory. The question is, what do they use to close out the round? They have the Blizzard, or they will have the Blizzard from Sam early in this next engagement, but that's about it. It will have to be massive. Sam already threw one into the Matrix. It'll have to be a little bit more tricky this time around.
Both walls used early, and Sam under a lot of pressure. Both DPS, as a matter of fact, and Baguette falls. It's Danny. Both Blizzards coming out. It's looking very frosty here inside of Mecha Base, and Maelstrom able to utilize that better because the Sound Barrier online from Cheshire Cat ends up being the difference maker in this back and forth. Maelstrom continues to rack up points. Toros continue to rack up percentage, and they take Mecha Base and the opening map 2-0.
That is a really good recovery from the Toros, and I think awareness of the ultimate utility that their opponents have, or for better, or in a better way of putting it, don't have. And we're going to see Maelstrom here. That's exactly that final play. Big Blizzard, and obviously excellent support play to respond with the Sound Barrier to keep everyone alive. Maelstrom, there's that trust I was talking about, by the way. Full belief. Is it trust or recklessness? Full belief that their supports will keep them alive no matter what. It says, hey, it's my job is to create space. Your job is to keep me alive through it.
A little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, LaFawn. You know, it takes both, I suppose. But hey, the supports living up to that trust. They were able to do the work. Night Fury and Cheshire Cat doing a great job. That Sound Barrier at the end was absolutely huge. Beat Crimson to that by about 20%, and ended up being a big difference maker in that final fight.
Yeah, and the other thing to kind of highlight for the Toros is they've been really scrappy with their approaches. I think specifically in that second round, you know, they never truly let the fights reset. There was only, I think, 2 real resets through that map. The rest were, you know, trying to force, you know, a couple of scrap fights in the corners. When a player was knocked down, we saw that obviously on the retake by the Toros. Walking to the choke point, sure, your May is gone. Doesn't matter. You still have the remaining cooldowns of the Ant Matrix, the Deadeye. You know, force a fight where your opposition is not expecting it. These are kind of things to keep in mind as we head into, you know, more payload or more objective-based maps, where you don't necessarily get that level of freedom that you would get in Control to execute those moments. So I'm keeping an eye on that as we move forward in the series.
I will say, heading into Akivalda for our hybrid map, for map number 2, is room for a little bit of, you know, taking fights in unusual places, particularly on point B. Point A and point C, not so much. Pretty standard corners to fight around, pretty standard chokes that you have to push through and defend. But point B, I think, is going to be the X factor here in map number 2.
As it always is, right? Getting control. A lot of teams.
Not exactly
forget,
a hot take, is it?
Hey, it's how you get to that. It's how you get to that take that makes it, you know, more critical. I think, and it's kind of, you know, espousing the point that you just made. I absolutely 100% agree with you. A lot of teams forget that Castle is a thing you should be controlling. Forget defense or offense. The team that controls Castle is, on B point, is the team that is succeeding in the fight, right? You have high ground control, and you know, it's a famous space wizard that once said, you know, it's over for you. I have the high ground, and there's good reason for that. It allows you to, you know, get free fire in. There's natural cover. I'm on a roll tonight with these.
Space Wizard was what got me on that. Sorry.
all good. But I mean, there's natural cover because you're firing up at an angle, right? It's very difficult to, you know, you don't need to worry as much about expending defense matrix or the shield if you're Reinhardt or Sigma or Risa, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You can take free firing positions if you're, you know, the DPS. your healers aren't needing to do nearly as much supporting, so they can do a little bit more damage as well. And all of these and more combine to give you more advantages in the fight. And it costs your opponent to get access to you. So it's just a win-win-win. And that's why, you know, the high ground is so valuable, and why when I see teams, you know, eschew it, it leaves me a little bit confused as to why they're giving it just such a naturally advantageous position.
There's so much value to be gained. And so now let's take this a step further. That means this fight on point A. Let's assume the teams are going to take point A. Over the course of 4 minutes, typically happens on. You don't see a whole lot of full holds on this map, but it's how that take happens. If the attackers are able to get a nice clean run and move in and start claiming castle early, it's going to be a big advantage to whichever team can do that.
Let's see if the Mei can slow things down, ice them out. Also, we have to highlight, because we didn't get to do it in the last map, but there is a Mei main on Redbird. They do not play Mei. Don't be confused. Do not be confused. We have 2 Meis in this map right now. None of them are played by Mei. It's not.
Yes, this
tragedy.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to file a formal complaint somewhere. I'm gonna write a sternly worded letter and just throw it in my bin, because that's where complaints go.
Doors open, though. We're going to see that mirror composition come through, and it's going to be a brawl in the choke point. So, eyes on the Reinhardts, as always. Eyes in the Baptiste. These are 2 main factors in this first fight.
Bit of a subplot would be those Mei walls. Could be Reinhardt's worst nightmare. But Maelstrom and the rest of the Toros do a good job of circumventing that and have some good position up. Head-to-head, though, Maelstrom is going to fall. And 1 Reinhardt down. Huge advantage over to Redbird Academy as they choose to pursue it, even using a nice Mei wall to prevent the retreat of numbers.
Ooh, good thing they got back to the point. They're going to get the stall onto the D.Va, and they're going to get the D-Mech as well. This is going to feed ult charge over to Redbird Academy, but that was close to giving up that first tick. So good coverage from the defense as they reply in time, and that's a stalemate, actually, for the Toros as they're now forced to reset. Eyes on Sam, though. Look at the difference in ult charge between the 2 Meis. Numbers, I mean, the numbers aren't really adding up. 30% to 86. That's going to be a Blizzard in this next fight. So too an Earthshatter. So a lot of tools here for Redbird Academy to complete this hold.
Well, a number subbing in for this map for Danny. So maybe just not quite warmed up yet. Shatter there, only found 1 actually on the numbers as well. But Nova's going to sacrifice himself for him, and it's a +2 to the Toros as they circle the tower, push onto the point, find the kill onto the Baptiste and Crimson as well. Meaning it will be only a matter of time before they get this cart rolling, and we'll see if they take advantage of that high ground that we were emphasizing so much.
It's not often I highlight 2 ultimates and then both of them get used in the fight and neither get value, but that just happened as Redbird Academy used both the Earthshatter and the Blizzard, right? Sam no longer having that lead. In fact, it's a deficit, which now gives the Toros that, you know, control of, or the ability to control the high ground, because they'll have the Deadeye, they'll have the Earthshadow, they'll have the Blizzard as well, all that and more. So, yeah, Redbird Academy gonna have to think fast if they want to dodge this through. And speaking of think fast, that is a fast Deadeye to activate and then pull the trigger on.
Yeah, good Mei wall to block it as well. Woo! Oh, Sam! Nasty stuff for both Sam and Maelstrom. Maelstrom just starts charging up the stairwell to take back this high ground. Toros storm in the castle, and they are conquering everything before them. Maelstrom leading the charge and smashing everything in their wake.
Man, if I was a support on Maelstrom's team, I would be fuming. Reinhardt just ran through the Ant Matrix and said, I expect you to keep me alive. I mean, Cheshire Cat and Night Fury both better sports than I am, apparently, because they did. And a big part as to why the Toros were able to walk through. Still, that's the control of the high ground that we were talking about, and the Toros are playing it to perfection.
Blizzard did come out from numbers just before they went down over this door, but the sound barrier is there from Crimson. Self-destruct in the back. Crimson doesn't get behind the shield, probably looking for a boop off that bridge. Now the return fire. Cheshire Cat also taken down. 2 Lucios dispatched by 2 self-destructs from either side. Both teams missing speed, but Redbird Academy have the edge.
Yeah, and with Wiki Chicks being eliminated, they're going to back up now, are the Toros. Redbird Academy decisive in their re-entry, though, and I think it's been a bit of a curse from us. We need to stop talking about these Blizzards, because the moment we mention them, they immediately lose value by just being denied in some way or another.
Classic.
So, you know what? To even the score, Sam, your Blizzard's up next. Let's see what you can do with it.
Are we trying to curse them equally? Is that the plan now?
Listen. If I've got the power, I may as well wield it, right?
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Speaking of power, Redbird do have that high ground once again, acknowledging all those important facts that we discussed at length. Good wall up. Maelstrom desperately trying to get out of there. Throws down a shatter. In that favor, the counter shatter is better. Nova is just storming on through. Maelstrom in a lot of trouble. In fact, Maelstrom back in spawn. Redbird Academy are going to hold on this one.
Yeah, remarkable stuff there. Actually, good read by Redbird Academy to recognize that Toros are fighting for that high ground, and instead of just giving them the space, zone out the path they want to take to force them, you know, in a head-to-head. And obviously just a good recovery shatter there from Nova. Just a clean read, block into shatter. It's the oldest trick in the book, but sometimes that's the one that works the best. And now, I mean, the Toros are kind of running out of time. It's 2 minutes 15, yeah, but that's only about 2 fights. They're going to get a slow rotation here through the back. A little bit split, though. Redbird will allow them to coalesce on the objective.
That's because they've got an Ant Matrix they can just throw onto the high ground. Deadeye as well. Maywall doing a good job of blocking some good damage. And both teams just kind of staring at each other from afar. Toro's trying to decide how they want to approach this. Okay, they're going to go take the high ground again, but this time from the outside. It was that long rotation. Redbird Academy kind of letting them walk in, and the Ant Matrix is there, but it's an immortality field. They're going to give Toros the edge alongside a Deadeye. They are able to claim this high ground and evict Redbird Academy from this position they wanted to protect so dearly. Once they drop down low, easy pickings for the Toros. Now, I don't think that self-destruct's going to bring it back.
No, and I mean, even with that, they're still, you know, committed to this engagement. Really good stuff by the Toros, I have to say. A bit of a dance here, a little bit of space gained, a little bit given, and then back to taking space. So it's a deadly dance, make no mistake about it. But right now, the Toros have the upper hand. Coming into this next fight, though, I mean, it's all Toros. Look at those alt check marks. Redbird Academy have to make a lot with just the sound barrier.
Oh, I think that shatter got blocked by Numbers' wall coming out of Maelstrom, but the Blizzard is solid this time. Crimson does get the sound barrier off in time, but it's not good enough to protect their squad. And the Toros, decisive path making and decisive fight wins coming through as they're going to batter down this door.
I mean, considering Redbird Academy walked in with nothing, I think they're okay with that fight.
Yeah, fair.
You trade sound barrier for what, like 4 ultimates, I think? Self-destruct shatter, Blizzard. So 3, but 3 high impact utility ultimates, so you're okay with that. Now on the return, you're gonna have a Blizzard of your own. I apologize, Sam, I should stop mentioning it. You have the Ant Matrix, of course, and because you're on the defense, you should have the opportunity to activate it first. However, Night Fury, you can see what an aggressive position this support's taking. They want to kind of separate the team here, and you can see them activate it early.
And it's going to force them back off of this first corner, and Toro's having to fall all the way back into Mega Room. Unfortunately, I think Numbers got walled off and not able to retreat. Redbird Academy are going to try to get aggressive on this. Maybe thinking better of it. No, Nova's stepping out, was looking for that shatter, didn't like what they saw, and decided patience was the better end of virtue in this instance. But Redbird Academy, I mean, they've taken a lot of space here, LaFon.
Eyes on Sam, though. It's a bit of a bait because they don't see the mate in the corner, and they're going to walk forward, and they're going to meet the Blizzard.
Oh, but they kite out just in time. I think Cheshire Cat got the speed up, and they're able to get out of that line of sight of the Blizzard, or the area of effect is probably more accurate, and Sam goes down. Now Maelstrom returns with the shatter, finds several members with that, pushes through, and the Toros, they manage to dodge the bait and then strike back with a big counterpunch.
That is just spectacular stuff there. Maelstrom, honestly, Maelstrom has been really impressive there. The shatter to lay down everybody. Nova did not expect it in the slightest, and now we're going to see Sam switch over to the Junkrat. Ant Matrix with that mine is going to be a ton of damage. And the Toros kiting around the corner to avoid the most of it.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and wait out that double damage amplification matrix. They do have, the Toros have a sound barrier to come back in here with, but it's about it. There's a couple more check marks coming online. It's Numbers Blizzard that we're going to talk about, possibly Cursed Defense Matrix used early, and the Blizzard makes it out. Self-destruct might prevent some follow-up on that. It's going to pick up one. May not able to get back in mech, but it's still a nice advantage the Toros are going to try to negate with a sound barrier, but Maelstrom falls on the approach.
Yeah, that's going to be a commit that they may actually want back for this final fight because there's 13 seconds left, and they're going to get staggered out. This is not going to be a full recontest from the Toros. They thought they had less time than they actually did, and that means that it's going to, in fact, be a hold here. No one can even touch the objective, so final point will be denied as the Toros run out of time. Redbird Academy run out the clock and set the win condition of this map.
I mean, this is close. Definitely doable for the Toros from a defensive point of view. I was talking about you don't get a whole lot of full holds, but you definitely see quite a few holds on point B. So despite not completing the map, they can't be too upset with the amount of progress they got. But on the other hand, I mean, Redbird now have their clear win con in front of them as well. They know exactly how far they need to get and exactly when they can use their ultimates to accomplish that goal.
Something I want to highlight too, though, is that these are well-disciplined teams, right? These teams, like both these squads, to the point, about the holds and so forth. What I'm seeing from them, from both Redbird and the Toros, is the fact that if a fight is not going your way, like objectively is a bad fight to take. I'm talking, the Ant Matrix setup before you can even walk around the corner. Both squads are not averse to saying, all right, we'll wait 10 seconds and come back in when we have a little bit more space to work with. So keep an eye out as we get further into the series, further into the map, of course, that is something that's going to come, I think, even more to play. So I just wanted to highlight that before we get into the second attack round here for the Toros.
I like it. It's an extremely important thing to highlight, and just continues to show how disciplined these two squads really are. And it just falls in line with a lot of the main themes that we've been talking about here through this series, and trust and discipline at the top of that list.
A little bit of an adaptation, though, from the defense. Redbird going to bring the on instead of the BAP. Anti-nades at the ready, sleep darts, of course, and all ever-present nano boost onto the Reinhardt if required. Sam taking so much damage, though.
Oh, look at that speed. With that, they decided it's time to go. Redbird push in, and they find Maelstrom immediately. The Maywall is behind. The Bionade is good. And Big doing a fantastic job of heals there. And the discipline with the Ana this time around to use that Bionade to protect the team as opposed to trying to get the big purples.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing that the Bionade quietly does as well. Look at the ult charge of the Toros, right? Night Fury at 76%, Cheshire Cat at a measly 23%. Now counter that with the fact that Crimson and Big, off the back of the Anti-Nade, got a ton. Nova going for aggression is going to pick up one. It's not enough to keep Crimson alive, but I think Redbird Academy has accomplished their goal here at this point.
Oh yeah, you absolutely will take that trade for the Baptiste at this stage in the map. 3D Hizzy's on a bit of a flank all the way around back. Has some room to retreat back into the castle, and everybody from Redbird is a little low. So Redbird aren't going to try to pursue that. Up to the high ground goes 3D.
It is a surprise fight for Toros, I think. I don't think we expect Redbird Academy to be that aggressive. That's going to buy a little bit of time for this payload to move through. That was a stun from 3D Hizzy onto Baguette. I think that sleep dart just canceled your shadow.
It did. It absolutely did. And so the nano boost is going on to Sam, who did throw the blizzard out, but there's nothing to block Nova, who comes smashing through. Oh my goodness. A couple of great ultimates. Nano in the May might not have worked out, though. Nova's able to pick up 3, but eventually falls as 3D Hizzy brings this fight back.
And coupled with the fact that Main just did not get Wikitrix out, with the self-destruct keeping them alive, that's going to be this is a bit of a stalemate of a fight.
I think Toros might have the edge. This is going to be a quick re-engage. We'll see how, if River Academy want to take this broken fight, thinking that they have the advantage, which they may as well, at least until Baguette went down. Now the Deadeye coming out from the defense of the Toros. It's a lot of skulls, and Nova's going to fall. The shield cracks, and the next bullet catches Nova, and the advantage has completely swapped. Redbird Academy now pushing all the way back into point A.
And that is a two-player recovery from the Toros, right? It was 3D Hizzy and Wikitrix, the two players that really stepped up in a big way. Obviously the eliminations, but from the Cassidy, but the survivability of the Diva, the off-tank keeping that fight in contestation means Redbird Academy are now fighting uphill yet again. I mean, a fight that Toro should not have won is one they bring back. Now, they're going to open it up with another big pickoff. This fight's theirs to begin with without the fight even starting.
And now Redbird have two choices, like either just sit down here and wait to get pounced on, or try to run back through 3D's sightline to retreat and regroup with their Lucio. Looks like they're going to go with the former and just hang out, because they've got to have Crimson in this fight, particularly with that sound barrier.
I mean, the Toros are more than okay just letting this fight not happen. It's going to take time off the clock, something that really favors them here, right? So now begins the slow, inexorable attempt at the high ground, but Toro still holding position.
Sam's got another Blizzard online. Trying to push up this dangerous tunnel. Maywall is early, so Redbird Academy are just going to rush in after it. They return with an early one of their own, but it's the Blizzard coming out from Sam that was behind that Maywall. The secret Blizzard thrown in. Wikitrix could not eat it up, and Cheshire Cat's sound barrier is not going to be enough. Crimson even throws in one of their own. A couple of late ults coming through. Will solidify this fight for Redbird.
This is, I mean, still favors Redbird Academy in the next engagement, though, after that ult dump of a fight that we just had. I mean, specifically the fact that you have the self-destruct for contest, you have the Ant Matrix. If numbers can land a Blizzard and then, collapse on the remaining players, then perhaps the Toros have an opportunity, but Main going to try and deny them as they walk out of this choke point. Still, a lot of space being gained by the Toros, all that withstanding.
Yep, they use that Immortality field to help get out. Nova's a bit in front of the team alongside Main. Big trust in big. No pun intended, genuinely on that one. The double damage, or the double healing, going through that Ant Matrix. Doing a great job. Nova now looking a little low as the Ant Matrix has dropped down. Self-destruct was used, get Wicked Tricks back in mech, but Numbers doesn't get a chance to get the Blizzard out. In fact, both Mays now off the table, but the Toros have lost all that space that they had gained. Redbird Academy gets flattened as Maelstrom emerges with the Earth Shatter right onto the objective. A couple of kills on the back of it, but this one still, I feel like it could go anybody's way, especially with Nova swinging across, gets two. Redbird Academy might win this out. The Blizzard late. Could it clutch it up? It will. Oh my goodness, LaFon, I don't believe that Toros just won that.
That is a remarkable level of commitment to a fight. The Toros eyes on victory. Do not lose sight of the payload. Wicked Tricks also in the last moment tries to go chasing for a kill, recognizes there's no one contesting the payload and returns in an instant. That could have flipped on a nice edge. But Toros just remarkable under pressure, Numbers especially. Big a Blizzard at the very end. And Redbird Academy thought they had that. Now they have to work just as hard to gain as much space as they just left.
I thought they had that. I mean, it was down to 0.1 something. It was extremely close. All right, it's going to be the Deadeye to open up this next fight. Just got to brawl it out right in front of the door. Ant Matrix invested from the defense, though, is going to slow down Redbird and force him back behind cover. Big goes down along the way. 3D Hizzy turns the corner, is able to pick up Big, and Maelstrom can go in swinging for the fences. And Toros have built such a bulwark of a defense. Now they have just one more hold, and they will take this map.
And they are going to stagger Mayman as well. They don't let them walk off the map.
Oh, I mean, dirty.
That's with how long it takes to slide off that ramp. That's an extra, like, what, 15 seconds gained? And as you recall, there's 30 seconds left on the clock. So that's half your time just gone in this final fight. Redbird Academy, they have the tools to work with, right? It's going to be about aggression here. Redbird Academy to speed in, Ant Matrix, go for the Shatter, and they'll have to do it without any healing because Big is down, and they cannot wait for the Baptiste, I do not think.
No, they don't have the time. That's disastrous. And you can see him trying to make that decision, but they are fighting every second. The Shatter is huge, though. That's going to find 4 squishies. Nova just cleans up the stairs with a monstrous Shatter, shaking the floors of Germany. And in the final moments of the Twilight Hour, Redbird are going to win that fight.
And they will extend their stay on this map. And remember, to complete this series, or to complete this this capture, they need to just finish this map. Just shy of the third point is that golden box of victory. The Toros, though, are only having to defend for 1:23, and they have a response to the same identical playbook that Redbird Academy just showcased. Sound barrier, earth shatter, all of that required. Run past the front line of Redbird Academy, land the shatter, close the map out.
Crimson got to be spot on. You can see Sam hiding on the side there, on the flanking position, trying to bait Toros in. They want Toros to attack so they can throw out this Blizzard, but Toros aren't taking the bait. Sam has to finally emerge, and they use the self-destruct to push in. It gets Cheshire Cat with that sound barrier in their pocket. Night Fury only has a tick of health as well. Has to use their own regen to top themselves off, but Blizzards are unleashed from both sides. It is Sam finding that early kill, but Nova goes down. Both Reinhardts off the battlefield, and this is down to a 3v2. Redbird need to reset. They can't afford this.
Yeah, it's a 3v2 that favors the defense, of course, because the respawns are so close, and now they're going to stagger out Maymain yet again. And with 30 seconds remaining, scratch that, 25 seconds, time is of the essence, and it feels that Redbird Academy are grasping at straws. They'll allow the pilot to escape, but Maymain is either going to have to reset or just try and find a mech the old-fashioned way. No matter what, Redbird Academy are entering with a disadvantage in the final fight.
Deadeye started off. Ant Matrix from this first corner, and Toros are forced all the way back. Redbird will take that. They want this space, but the Ant Matrix is kind of falling away, but the Shatter does not. Shatter finds 2. Maelstrom going down super low. Immortality Field keeping him alive for the moment with 11 health. 3D Izzy drops the Deadeye from the back, and Sam lands the Icicle. That one is gone. Maelstrom is gone. It's an overtime wick. This is last fight of the map, and Redbird Academy have it within their grasp. They have victory in their sights. The squish does not do enough damage to take Nova out of the fight, courtesy of Crimson Sound Barrier. And this is Redbird Academy going to tie up the series. There goes the final kill. There goes the map. 1-1 at the half off of a tightly contested Eichenwalde. Oh my goodness, what a series we've got on our hands.
This went down to the wire in map number 2, and I have to say the clutch factor from the Redbird Academy in those moments was spectacular. Recall that Redbird Academy enters multiple last fights with a disadvantage in player count. 5 players in this fight of the highlight here, 5 players in the final moments, may as well be 5 players as the mech had not been achieved for Redbird Academy, and yet they are able to claw it, kicking and screaming to the very end. I mean, you said it. We have a series indeed, a good one as we head into the break.
Yeah, a much needed break, I think, for the mental of our players. Let them regroup, and for my own sake, let me get some tea in my system, because that was an exciting one. And it's time to dial it back down. We're gonna go Rialto when we return with map number 3. Stick around for more NECC. We are all tied up 1-1 at the half in this stellar matchup between California State University, Dominguez Hills, and Redbirds out of Illinois State University. That was a heck of a map of Eichenwalde. That was so close, LaFawn.
It was in fact a very spectacular map. We have to bring it back down to earth though as we head into map number 3 as Rialto is up next, going to escort. We do have, of course, a substitute to speak about. Numbers will be stepping out, bringing back in on the DPS role. So, we talk about obviously Numbers being a bit of a May player for this squad. So, I mean, if you had to get my professional opinion, I think we can safely say that the likelihood of us seeing the May Ryan mirror comp is fairly low heading into map number 3.
And that being map number 3 being Rialto. So not traditionally a very strong May map, and as such, yeah, we are going to have Danny coming in as that substitute in the DPS. Same player we actually saw play a little bit of May on Busan, but has, a little bit wider hero pool from what we can gauge and what we've seen from the Toros, who are in a position to try to strike back. I mean, they were able to hold Redbird into a couple of overtime situations, but Redbird found a way to muscle through there in map number 2, and as such, it is the Toros who have chosen to go on the defense now heading into Rialto, so we're going to get Redbird back into the red jerseys.
Yep. I mean, the one thing to highlight, of course, Danny on the may have been a curse of circumstance more than, a tacit acquisition or acceptance of the fact that, Mecha Base kind of needs that rush composition sometimes. We'll head into the streets of Rialto. We'll get a quick look at the canals first. I suppose this is more of a river, the one that we're kind of staring at right now. This is probably like a river, and then the canals are like later down into the city. So we'll see.
Makes sense. I've never been to Italy, but
neither have I.
It's pretty beautiful. I hear it's pretty beautiful.
You want to hear? You want to hear a confession?
Please.
The Paris map has made me less likely to go to the actual Paris.
I've actually been to Paris, and Paris is amazing. So don't let that dissuade you.
Yes, LaFon is a shallow person.
I can understand how that leaves some tough feelings inside, some like wars internally, because playing on the Overwatch map of Paris might have it really kind of hurt the soul a little bit, as I think it did the entirety of the Overwatch community. But alas, maybe Italy would be a good option as well. There's not so many hard feelings on this map. Toro's on the defense, bringing out a new look. It's double shield, trying to hold back in courtyard. Cheshire Cat with a great opening pick.
And, I mean, this is going from very well. So, Mark 1 to the Toros. And, oh, God. You know the joke that's in my head right now? This fight was really one-sided. But, obviously, the bull, the red flag where with the, like, chase, like, aggravate the bull so it, like, chases you down? What is that called?
Oh, sure. I don't know what the flag itself is called.
Yeah, but like you know what I'm talking about,
I'm
right?
talking, yeah, the Matador like cape
yes,
that
that's it.
Yes.
We're on an Italian-based map. Their names are the Toros. It writes itself.
Yeah, I mean,
our producer said it's Spanish in my ears, which is correct, but a little less
it
fun.
It is in Spain, but no. I'm still running with your original joke. I'm following this line. I'm tracking it, and I'm sticking with it. In which case, I think. I guess Vicky Trix's shield would be the cape in this regard. I don't know. All right, anyway. Sam on the high ground in a bit of a duel with 3D Hizzy. They're on the back of courtyard. Redbird Academy just trying to find some space to work. They do have a lot of positional advantage, but Nova gets in a little deep and gets burned down by a flash fan from Danny XTF. The sub coming in big here on the Cassidy. And the Toros maintain their lockdown on this courtyard.
Yeah, and I think one thing, we saw Sam kind of like hunting for a pick, but like looking in a corner where no one was. And I mean, this has sort of been indicative of the approach that Redbird Academy has set up. They aren't really engaging with their Wrecking Ball, so there's no space to kind of work. And the double shield can kind of just sit there and focus the players as they come in one by one. So in this sense, it's a little bit awkward for the offense. They don't really have a win condition established, and I mean, the Toros are more than happy to say, okay, I guess we'll just spam down a corridor and win the fight.
And, get some late picks as Redbird are standing around waiting for Nova to return, which I'm starting to believe is not the pick here. There's just so many things that are punishing Nova. You can see the Discord orb over their head at the moment. Same thing. Third time in a row, Nova has gone in. It's a flashbang, Discord, Accretion Rock. Everything is going against Nova right now, and Redbirds don't have that initiation tool.
Do it. Use the Dragon Strike. You don't want to.
Yeah. 3D Hizzy thought about it.
Yeah, no, you see, I mean, 3D Hizzy's playing for the team. I'm obviously with the solo queue mentality, and I mean, they don't need it. The fight's already over. Baguette gets taken down. In the interest of, continuing to confuse European countries, baguettes come from Italy too, right?
That's what I've heard, but, I'm just a Texan, so that's...
jokes aside, baguette's going to switch over to the Cassidy here. As Redbird Academy has made wholesale swaps now to the double shield composition themselves, so a mirror look. But it's going to be the Gravitic Flux and the Dragon Strike avoided by just pressing Shift. And Orisa ignores all that damage.
And both DPS ults come out the other side, which forces Redbird off of the high ground. A lot of ults invested and not a lot to show for it. Wikitrix is going to have a huge flux here, though. And the follow-up is certainly there. Redbird desperate to try to get out, and Toro's happy to pursue. The red cape worked to perfection on that one.
So, I mean, Toros are understanding their win conditions spectacularly, and Redbird have not really found any. And I will say, with 12 seconds remaining, that was the fight that Redbird Academy needed to win. The one prior, I should say. Now, time is not there. Can they even touch?
Big's going over to Lucio to try to make it happen. I don't see them on the screen. There's Big turn to the corner there. Narrowly makes it just in the nick of time. And has managed to survive a little bit coming around that corner. Halt into it, and Redbird still just struggling. As the Transcendence is out, that's going to enable a little aggression to come through. And Toros are not budging. They have planted their flag on this corner, and they're not giving up any of it. They're going to go steal the space away. And the Toros' outstanding defense stands strong and will prevent hardly any progress here on point A. A mere 47 meters with a little bit of change.
If only to give Cheshire Cat the recognition she deserves there. I don't think the Transcendence was for the aggression. I think that Transcendence was because of it. Setting off that off angle, setting the 5 orb, sitting in that mini health pack room, by the way, away from the tanks. You need the Transcendence to stay alive, but hey, it works out. So, suffice it to say that Toros only have to get around one corner. to straight up win the map, take the series lead, we're panning through the rest of Rialto because we're not going to see it the rest of it. So shout out,
you will not be seeing.
this is all of this that you're seeing right now. We will not be seeing later.
And I've seen a lot of full holds on Rialto. One of the highest percentage of full holds of any map in the game. But that close, like around first corner, oh my. That was a statement. Toros came out angry after losing Eichenwalde.
Yeah, I mean, Eichenwalde was lost really close. That is even closer than I thought it was going to be. That yellow box of victory. I thought, when I said first quarter, I thought I meant around this quarter that we're looking at right now. But no, it is in fact not even that far. So, Redbird Academy have their work cut out for them. They're going to the pocketed Echo. Margin of error is nil. And we'll see how well they're able to recover because, again, 4 minutes is the time bank that is afforded to the Toros as they get set for their attacking half.
I like that Redbird are holding this high ground. They want to put as much pressure down and force the Toros to fight for every inch because they don't have the luxury. They don't have any of that margin for error that you're speaking of. Sam over the top, throwing in some work. Got a decent volley of stickies, and there's another one there. It's going to credit them with a little bit of ult charge. But this fight has to take place now. You're giving them all this space already, and this cart is going to be within that 5-meter mark directly.
Oh no, Baguette goes down. I don't think Crimson can afford to go for the resurrect. Don't even try it. Mayman's going to be nearly taken down. This has gone from bad to absolutely disastrous for Redbird.
Yeah, the Ant Matrix is up with a Discord Orb. That is just way too much damage. And it only cost Toros a couple of kills, or they only had to get a couple of kills to take that point. It wasn't even a full team fight win. It was just so much pressure and disciplined ult use once again out of the squad from Dominguez Hills.
Yeah, we see the well played come through from Sam. Fair play.
Yeah. Hey, I love the sportsmanship.
Yep.
Gotta love it. At the end of the day, we're all just fans of this game. We're all just passionate people who love this game, and on the battlefield, they're all just fellow competitors. So you do love to see that level of sportsmanship. But man, it's how could you not be impressed with that Rialto play? That was fast. That was lightning fast. I felt like we were just looking at you, friends. Like we were just here.
I mean, yeah. I mean, in all fairness, that was what? That was a less than 5-minute map because it's 4 minutes for the defense, obviously, and it was less than a minute on the offense. So. Yeah, ooh, blink and you miss it on the offensive round. Redbird blinked a little bit on their defensive half, and we'll hope they can come up with a response in map number 4, as we now have to say that the Toros are at match point, sitting at 2-1 score line here. And while the first 2 maps were close, Rialto certainly wasn't.
And again, just to reiterate how important this match is, I mean, these two teams are neck and neck in the standings, and the winner of this one is really going to kind of push themselves and elevate themselves through the Champion Cyan division, kind of pushing towards that top 3 slot, and really give themselves an advantage when we get to the end of the season. We're in weeks 7 and 9. These seedings are going to become really important come postseason, and it's going to start here. Toros are 1 map away from regaining a positive record and trying to regain that 4th place seed, possibly push it up into 3rd.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about it at the top of the show, but statistically, or in terms of like the standings and who played against who, so strength of schedule, accounted for as well. The Toros have played up against a couple of teams that Redbird has yet to play. So, with that victory in hand, if the Toros can take it all the way now, not only is your map record starting to look a little bit better, you got that, the map differential starts playing in your hand a little bit. But on top of that, you don't have to worry about, what the Redbird Academy squad does later down the road. You've already taken care of that problem. So we'll see. A victory here would mean a tremendous amount for the Toros as they continue their hunt for that postseason berth, certainly. And I think the adaptation, from the Toros, talking about the flexibility, talking about the recovery, as we have throughout this entire series, both these teams are well-disciplined teams. Now it's the Redbird Academy squad's turn to have that reply, because the Toros, they saw they lost, made one change, played to a different composition, and absolutely steamrolled their opposition. Redbird needs a response now.
Well, that hunt will take place on Numbani. Will be hopefully the place, if you're a Redbirds fan, that they can send this on over to map 5 and equalize once again and get us back to a stalemate score line. And Numbani plays very differently from anything else that we have seen so far today.
Yeah.
We did see a little bit of Wrecking Ball come out from Redbird to minimal success on that last map. But there's a few options, available to you on Numbani. Most prevalently, I like to play the Monkey. I like to see the Winston here on Numbani, but it's certainly by no means the only composition that you can run.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen flexibility from these squads to differing levels of success, because obviously there's the mirror, like the mirror composition we've seen so far, the double shield, which was Toro's entirely in hand. We saw the mirror Reinhardt, which was very, very close, literally one fight difference between the two teams in that main mirror. And then we saw a dive mirror on Busan Point A, on that first round of Busan.
Yep, on downtown. Yes, sir.
Yeah, which was it was a somber Reaper look for Redbird, whereas the Toros played a Tracer Reaper. So a little bit of a difference there, but overall fairly similar. So I mean, with the exception of double shield, meaning the Orisa Sigma, the teams are about evenly matched. So the fact that we're going to a dive composition here, I think it's going to be all about execution. And Redbird now, their biggest opponent is not in fact the Toros, but themselves, considering they were so handily taken down on that last map. They need to get out of their own heads here.
Oh yeah, this is an absolute GG go next moment. You can't even think about it. Just come into Numbani and play your game on Numbani. Sam's going back over to the Echo. So didn't really get a lot done there on the defense with the Echo. Certainly plenty of room to work with, but no pocket for him as they're looking to hold this high ground off against the Toros. Toros
doing a pretty good job there of the duel, considering that Baguette had the healing from the Ana. So remarkable stuff there from the Tracer.
And then you have Danny trying to take the opposite high ground. So Toro's just looking to take it away. As you see Maelstrom here looking to push around this corner. Gets forced off. Bubbles out here from Redbird Academy. They do have that Diva who can help with the high ground, while WikiTrick struggles to really get any assistance outside of a bubble.
This is a stalemate that favors the Toros, though, because they're playing for energy for their Zarya and Nano Boost charge. Night Fury up to about 80% here. And Baguette being taken down. That's the dive they were looking for. And the Toros are in full advantage.
And even using the Nano Boost, Redbird Academy still falling, and they've thrown away one of their great win cons that the Toros will have once they start getting this cart rolling into the streets.
Yeah, it's going to be a full reset here. So, I mean, the one thing that kind of surprised me is that Redbird Academy played that so passively. Again, the Toros have a very linear approach with their composition. You know what's going to happen. It's about entering with Maelstrom, getting poke damage off the bubble, then you use the Winston bubble, then you farm Nano Charge, right? And that's kind of the cycle there. Redbird Academy has a more dynamic look because they have the double dive composition. They should be engaging here. They should not be letting the Toros take space. And right now, that's all the Toros are doing.
Oh, and it's a 3D Hizzy double kill pulse bomb, triple kill there to just kind of cap this off. And like Redbird never even got set, much less put together an attack.
And I mean, here's the big problem for Redbird Academy. Look at their ults, and you're like, oh, okay, that's decent. They've got Primal, they've got they've got Duplicate, they've got the Pulse Bomb, and then you look at the Toros, and they just have the better engage ultimates right now. The Graviton Surge can just end a fight. Obviously, you have the Nano Boost, which you haven't had to commit, the Primal Rage, and it goes on. The list goes on here for the Toros. They're really in a dynamic position here to take the fight for the first time this map. Something they haven't, statistically been set for, and they're going to continue to just take that space.
Yeah, Maelstrom is now inside of a tiny room with the Primal Rage. Does eat a Pulse Bomb, which took a lot of that 1,000 health points down. And was even purple there for a bit. But here comes Danny picking up the slack. The Nano Boost reinforcing this blade is going to pick up a couple more. And the Toros decisive in their fights and winning every single one of them so far.
And Danny, despite not having dash, despite not having deflect, is still alive. So the support there from the team immense, and the Toros still have not had to use this Graviton Surge, and they're getting the hunting down eliminations. The Toros are picking up right where they left off on Rialto.
Just a steamroll, and Redbird Academy not quite able to get out of their own heads, I don't think. I mean, that's got to be part of that indecisiveness, part of that passivity that we were talking about, because the Toros are, this looks easy. This does not look like the same team that the Toros were facing back on Eichenwald. They're putting up such a close battle. This is extremely one-sided. Finally, the Duplicate comes out, but there's the Graviton Surge as well. The Pulse Bomb thrown in, and both supports already down for Redbird Academy.
And I don't think that Sam's going to keep this Primal Rage for very much longer. Duplicate notwithstanding, the only player remaining, the Focus Fire is there, and the whip shot for the very end. No one's even going to touch. That's going to be, wow. The Toros time bank climbing up, not down, as they complete the map.
one of the fastest Numbanis I think I've ever seen. I mean, they literally won every single fight. That cart never stopped moving once they got it going. They won point A first fight in quick fashion, and honestly, it didn't even feel like Redbird got a solid fight. They never got their feet planted after that point, and we are going to get a bit of a tactical pause coming through.
Yeah, I think Redbird Academy needs to, sort of take a second, take a breath, focus on, take a moment to focus on, what they can change about their own gameplay at the moment, because I don't think Toros have massively changed up their style in either of the last two maps, really. I mean, perhaps in the head-to-head matchup with the double shield or with the wrecking ball against the double shield, you can say that the Toros had a compositional advantage. Sure, I'll bite with that. But I think here on Numbani, it is an element of just trying to overcommit to fights when or not fully resetting, not fully respecting your opponent, and thinking you should win a fight just based on your numbers. And the Toros saying, we're just going to play good foundational Overwatch, and as a result, punching their opponents.
And we've gone ad nauseum at length about the discipline of these two squads, but the decisiveness really stood out to me on that one. The Toros, they took those fights. They, despite being a man down at one point, like they still engage heavy and invest their ult wisely. And Redbird Academy just fell flat. I mean, just seemed asleep at the wheel on that one, dare I say.
I'd say the one time that they didn't execute correctly with their ultimates was in first point.
Yeah,
I think afterwards, I think afterwards they weren't really given an opportunity to do it, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
The rally was, they didn't ult in second point at all, because that fight was ended by a pulse bomb at the start, and then the Dragon Blade and Primal Rage at the end. And then on third, it was, harried. They were trying to force a re-engage, and then the rally got stuck in a Graviton Surge. The focus fire was there. The self-destruct, same thing. Primal Rage, the duplicate into Primal Rage into, the eventual elimination was after everyone had been taken out. So Sam was the last one left standing. And I think, now all of a sudden you're talking about in isolation, you're like, okay, maybe they didn't execute on their ultimates correctly. In a more focused, reveal, it's really a case of Toros doing a good job of isolating those engagements and preventing Redbird Academy from responding. And I think, at times it's easy to say that a team is making mistakes. I think we need to focus on the Toros and say they're just playing really, really well here.
That is extremely valid, LaFawn. That is extremely valid. I like it. And hats off to them. They deserve that acclaim, because that was an incredible map for them. That was extremely well played. They did seem to have the premonition, like to shut down everything that Redbird wanted to do. So I agree with that 100%. That's smart stuff. That's smart stuff.
I mean, I will temper it by, I'm a naturally acerbic fellow, so I'll have to temper my previous unmitigated praise with saying that now the Toros and their defense have to not get too cocky, right? Because sure, it's a 4 minutes 26 time bank, but hey, blink, and sometimes you can fall into the same trap that your opponents are in right now. So I'll say, in as much as it's a good attacking half, we need to see the defense stop at the same level here for the Toros, as they would like, I think, to close out this round and the series as a result.
Overconfidence is a flimsy shield, as I once heard a wise Omnic say. So it's definitely need to stay disciplined. Something that has really not been a problem for the Toros thus far. But if Redbird can get a good attack on point A and get a somewhat equivalent or comparable time bank, they could very easily do the same thing on point B. That kind of point B take for the offense is not unheard of on this map. Numbani is often, you just almost forget about point B. Sometimes that is just, it's too easy for the attackers to deny that space for the defense and never let them get settled. We've seen it time and time again. This is not an isolated incident we just saw from the Toros. So a good attack from Redbird here. They're right back into this.
They really are. That's kind of where you have to be, right? If you're in this position, it's a case of, the first two maps were close. Rather than kind of getting down about sort of the score line here, just focus on the attack round. Just focus on what you can do to kind of bring this one back in your favor. So that's eyes on Redbird Academy. How well does this first engagement go for them? And we'll see if they can do it. Now, I will say that Redbird Academy are playing a more mirror. It's not a full mirror, but it's near enough that I'm willing to call it a mirror composition, because the Diva Ryan, or Diva Winston, I should say, is here. So it's going to be a full dive, full-on engagement from both squads, unlike the Zarya we saw from last round, which is a little bit more poke. In as much as a dive composition can poke, that's kind of what happened. So we'll see now the fact that it's going to be a head-to-head matchup with these two tank lines. How well does Redbird Academy play in the true dive matchup?
Look at Baguette going into hotel. I don't imagine the rest of the team. Yeah, the rest of the team's going up to high ground, as I was hoping that they would. And a very similar approach. Nova going in and does have Main at their side. So some good work forcing them back the Toros a little bit. Maelstrom goes down low, has to use a bubble a little preemptively. Now Redbird have an opportunity to push in. They need to do it carefully. Defensive Matrix has been completely used, and they're not quite able to get that kill. Baguette falls on the attack. So good job by 3D Hizzy to able to control that flank and help win out that port head-to-head up top.
And I mean, the one thing the Toros do, though, is despite that much damage being taken from Maelstrom, they also are kept alive by the supports who have been, we've talked about this in the previous maps. Maelstrom has a penchant for just over-aggression, and it's only over-aggression if you get punished, and the supports absolutely refuse to let that be the case. So Toros' support line has been doing a lot of work, and 3D Hizzy right back at it with a pickoff.
Oh, but Nano Boost does make it out to Nova. They need to make something out of this, though. Try to return the favor. They do. All right, both the supports off the battlefield, both on as that is. And Night Fury not able to get their Nano Boost out. But 3D Hizzy, once again, the X Factor for this squad. And on their primary hero of Tracer is able to pull this thing right back, despite not having a Hana there.
Yeah, both supports down. No problem. And Redbird Academy are forced back to the drawing board here. The Toros. The clutch factor really in this on Numbani has been 3D Hizzy, who the Tracer has been spectacular, but also the supports. Those two have been doing a ton of healing, and more critically, have not been requiring as much peel, on these dives as sometimes a support does. So remarkable stuff here, both the survivability and the output from both Cheshire Cat and Night Fury.
Undoubtedly, and part of that is just a wise pick in the brig. 3D Hizzy able to get that stick onto Main is a different approach here from Redbird Academy. But they're kind of caught in that small room, and the Toros very quickly make the adjustment necessary. Nova's able to escape and trying to get onto that back line, but their own has fallen. No more supports left standing here for Redbird Academy, and they're going to have to retreat yet again.
And Nova, they take out one, but look how much they had to do. Look how much they had to commit just for that one elimination. Maelstrom also does not commit the Primal Rage, even going down to about 50 HP. So a Maelstrom, I've said it before, I'll say it again, just absolute faith in the skill of the support line. Stays alive yet again, builds, that's an ultimate you didn't spend, so it's an ultimate you have now for this next fight. And Redbird Academy, it's going to be a big bomb ×2, because that's really their only opportunity to open up this point. And again, it is last fight for them.
Yeah, coming up on that 1 minute mark. All that healing coming through from the Toros means that Cheshire Cat also has this rally online ready to go, which is just a detriment to everybody from Redbird. Oh, and the early pick is there. Baguette does land a stick, but at the end, it's going to be the blade in this tiny room. They did not account for, and Redbird spinning in that fight. I think the only consolation is that it was fast. They may get one more here, LaFon.
Oh, Sam needs to stay alive, but they won't.
No.
They won't. 3D Hizzy just says, and that is going to be the Toros. This Tracer player has been an absolute menace on Numbani. If anything, the carry of the map, in as much as it's required, because the Toros are playing such well team play here. And oh god, head on a swivel.
Nice. So far, Main doing a good job, but the defense matrix is up, and here comes the reinforcements. Big is going to go down. Main falls to that pulse bomb. Duplicate out onto the brig, but it is just in vain. There's no overcoming this Tracer of 3D and the incredible teamwork from the Toros. Night Fury even lighting it up there. What a way to cap an amazing game from her as it gets the final kill of the series. The Toros will close it out on Numbani with another full hold, taking our series 3-1.
That is just a different team in the last two maps. We're going to see a highlight here from 3D, the Tracer. This was just, I believe this is the pulse bomb on the Stew's face. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me you don't stick the Tracer. Don't do that. Okay. That's arguably
That was
worse.
pretty nasty.
That was pretty nasty.
Oh, on to the brig. It gets both supports.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And finding that moment where the brig shield is up and there's that split second where the brig shield gets dropped to turn the corner to try to let it respawn, to try to let it cool down a little bit. And in that split second, 3D Hizzy pounces, sticks the brig right in the chest. Special delivery, and it's an L delivered to Redboard, courtesy of 3D Hizzy and the rest of the Toros. Outstanding stuff. It was so close. Maps 1 and 2 were so close, and the Toros just ran away with it.
Yeah, I think honestly it was a level of confidence coming in, perhaps a level of practice too, on Numbani, just an understanding of how to approach the map, especially I think on that first point, the high ground aggression, understanding the win condition is to play around your ultimate for that first fight. Just good mechanics as well. We saw the sleep from Night Fury, I believe, onto the nano boosted Winston, that was coming in, and then really as we've talked about the Tracer play several times, and we saw the highlight there exactly as to why. Overall, I think the Toros on maps 3 and 4 really showcased why they deserve this series. And while the first half was close, the Toros definitely ran away with it towards the tail end.
They looked absolutely scary. I mean, and that was remnants of the team that made the grand finals back in fall, and looking like they could finish off this regular season strong and be equally as scary heading into our next postseason. But that is going to do it for us tonight. A couple of fantastic games all night long. Big shout out to Maniclass and So for carrying us through our first two. Big shout out to our producers and observers, Tofu and Caroline behind the scenes for keeping everything up and running. Huge shout out to Caroline. She does so much for this league. It's ungodly. Send her your love. And yeah, LaFawn, any last words? It's a pleasure casting with you again. It's been too long. It
has. I mean, you know what? This has been Overwatch is always a good time. We got to see some fantastic games, and hey, what more can you ask for when you have this level of execution from the teams? Shout out to them. Shout out to the players. And yeah, it's been fun. It's been a ride. And God, I have to stop with these puns. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Most importantly, thank you all very much at home for hanging out with us and enjoying these fantastic games. Keep an eye out. There's plenty more action, plenty more titles from NECC going on. And otherwise, have a wonderful weekend. And we'll see you next Thursday for more Overwatch. Have a great night, y'all.